Don't be scared, Chad. It's me, Henty, your old buddy pal. But you wanted Henty Loots. It took me a while, but here I go. I'm gonna eat this go-gurt into the microphone. Oh yeah, that brings me back. I still got it.
Oh, it squirted on me.
Oh, Penguin, why have you sided with Sigma?
Sigma has paid for the use of my power. Working for him is a million times better than piddling around on a South Pole with nothing to do.
How could you? What Sigma's doing is treasonous.
I don't think he cares, Mega Man. Oh my god! The fact that he's actually using his power is scary.
Well, that's the reason why I was like 100% certain I was right, is because I did like a quadruple take because I almost fucked it up 2 times. Range west, melee east. So,
I probably have my camera turned around, which is
how good.
the likely case.
Alright. Ah!
That's not true!
The fence is new. That's...
Yeah, I built it!
No, there's a fuck.
Save me, Mandragora, save me.
You want a man to save you?
I said,
Okay.
whatever. We're gonna get what's coming to you.
Target. I don't like that you said that while you were holding my thigh and you started stroking it.
You've got to stop implicating me in things. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Fuck.
Yo, let's go!
Doing New Year's. That's a good idea, Lenkia. I'm gonna do a karaoke stream on New Year's. That is perfect. Because it's gonna be in many months ahead. Many months. Well, Francis, you tried so hard singing in Italian as well.
As the fiend falls.
Which was hilarious. See, I love watching karaoke streams. You do know chat doesn't forget. Oh, I'm pretty sure Lenky already clipped the shit out of that. Everything which we just discussed, it's already clipped and shipped. Hands down. Yeah. Why do I even ask?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party!
I must prevail!
I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta!
romancing,
Siesta!
samba,
La Bamba! Ay, caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes!
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Just when I think I'm out of it for good, they pull me back in. Ladies and gentlemen, Swollen, no double underscore dingus here with the return, massive return of Splatoon 3. Yes, with a quarterly Splatfest. The game is now on version 11.2. My fucking god. New content for the game stopped years ago, which is why you suddenly stopped seeing me play multiplayer. However, there is a promotional Splatfest event going on for the upcoming Splatoon single-player spin-off Splatoon Raiders. And if I participate in this event, guys, I get 100 Nintendo Good Boy Platinum Fun Bucks that I can use to purchase at least 10 funny little Nintendo avatar icons on the Nintendo Switch Online section of my Nintendo Switch 2 TM trademark home menu console. Get it? So, we're gonna do some Splatoon today. And it's a double header. We're gonna finally catch up on Arlo. It's the Saturday night 7-Eleven delight. Happy 7-Eleven, everybody. Well, fucking hey there. Howdy do and hullabaloo. And all that good stuff, too. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Happy 7-Eleven. It's a short Saturday special prior to anime night and what I believe is going to be a brand new season of seasonal slop for Anne to make us trudge through. And he's over there enjoying Pow World and the funny chameleon game. I will be over here with my free Slurpee. I got 2 free Slurpees, guys. Now, guys, if you have a 7-Eleven nearby you, you have the opportunity to engage with the 7-Eleven and get a free Slurpee just for existing. It's a fucking based promotion because you don't need to download the app. You just walk in, get the cup at the register, and you just go get the Slurpee. See how easy it is, Denny's? See how fucking easy it is, Denny's? I don't need your fucking app. I don't need your fucking membership or loyalty program signups. I don't need your fucking download. We do this the way we do it back in the old days. I walk in, I point out the promotion. They're already well aware of it because it's midday and I'm not even the first person to walk in asking about it. They already have it set up for me. I go in, get my little cup with Papa Dingus, and I get my fucking Slurpee. Because of course we had to come with Papa Dingus. We had to get Slurpees for the whole fam. So we may or may not have went to multiple 7-Elevens. This is not bum behavior, by the way. We're gaming the system. Now, think about it. If this worked under the Denny's logic, we'd have to download an app, redeem some kind of digital coupon for the free Slurpee, and then it would be tied to an account, and then we wouldn't be able to redeem another free Slurpee after going to a different 7-Eleven. But just with the honor system, the system of honor, we're able to be dishonorable and get more than the intended amount of free Slurpees. So I'm sipping on mine right now. I believe this is a pina colada flavor. Actually, wait, no. I think that's the one Papa Dingus got. No, I got the peach flavor. I got a peach flavor, and the other one's like a Coke flavor. But big ups to the Dinguses out there. the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the dingateers, swollen double underscore ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing in the right here, right now, present day, present time, currently and presently listening to the sound of my voice right now. And a bigger big ups going out there to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the dingateers, the swollen double underscore ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons sure be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Which means, if you want something said about you, you better fucking say something right now, because I'm scrolling up. Actually, who won the sneak peek? So the Splatfest theme is speed versus power versus tactics, which is based on the gadget system in Raiders. We're going to be doing team speed. What? Wow, dude, that is, like, very tight. Like, holy, that's, like, almost, like, even. This is going to be a tight finish. Okay. Yeah, we're second place, according to the sneak peek. You guys know me, I'm like a Yappuccino Supreme, so we're going to go team speed. It's also Shiver's team. We always go team Shiver. Bunch of notifications that I haven't already gone through yet. Alright, where are we gonna suffer today? Let's see... Barnacle and Dime and Humpback. I'm fine with Humpback, I'm not really too good on Barnacle and Dime. Alright, big ups to the following, including but not limited to Makoto_Simp, Discord Merchant, Zarpachi, hello. Hello, Algernon, thank you for the 48 months, Tier 1. Suffer through an Arlo segment or lose a watch streak. It's a tough choice, man. You're gonna have to suffer through the Arlo segment. Hello, Bucky. Hello, Awesome Knight. Hello, DJ Filthy Rich. Hello, Iggle. Hello, DJ Filthy Rich. Thank you for the Tier 1 53 months. Appreciate it. Wow, 53 months of support from the founder. DJ Filthy Rich, thank you. Hello, Aqua. Hello, Vikes1011. Thank you for the bonk. Hello, Golden Cream. Bullshit, those are melted by now. Wrong, I put them in the freezer prior to the stream. They are ice cold and chilled, bud. Thank you for the Xander, Bucky. If they're all within a mile of each other, sure. It's 7-Eleven! They actually are! Oh my god, it's Saturday with Dongus. Hello, Prez. Hello, Chrono. This is a visual representation of the exact cup that I'm holding in my hand right now. It does actually look like this. Now, it might be a little smaller in person than that promotional image would suggest, but I actually am holding it. What was the Denny's promotion? If it's your birthday, you get a free Grand Slam. In the past, it worked on an honor system. Now it works on you downloading their app. You can even go up there with your birth certificate or your license. They still would have you download the app. Not only the app, they need your personal data to survive. No, thank you. No. That's not how we do things here. No. The best day is to bring your own cup. Is that real? If you're a homeless guy, I think you just do that every day. I did the 7-Eleven thing once and thought it wasn't worth it because they're tiny. Well, that again, you have to bum it. You have to do it the bum way by just going to a bunch of different 7-Elevens. Dude, I bet you could just go into one 7-Eleven, just take like 5 cups. They won't even care. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's actual urbanite behavior. You have to respect the system. If you're gonna game it, at least do it in an honorable way. I still have every item in the game. Except maybe for some stuff here. Oh, no, I have one of everything. Dingus promoting stealing? It's literally free Slurpee Day. I don't want to hear it. Oh, I like this. Let's walk around the plaza and get set up. And I'll put on Arlo. We have a lot of Arlo today. It's gonna be like big Arlo catch-up. Think of all the gaming news that has been disseminated upon the public the past couple of weeks. Arlo has very likely made a video about it, so we're gonna talk about everything. He's gonna regale us as I lose many times tonight, because I have not played this game since the last time I booted up for the last Splatfest that I actually cared enough to try. Look at this. It's pretty good. Big ups. But yeah, the last Splatfest stream I did was a couple of Splatfests ago. Content is getting recycled, so it's to a point where it's fine if you miss a couple of Splatfests. You're really not missing out. But they are offering an incentive for this one, and it is to promote a new game. So I don't think they're putting out a demo for Raiders either. So I gotta get back into the nature of Splatoon. I gotta get my groove back. I gotta get my vibe back. I gotta get a feel for how it feels to walk around as my little inkling dude. Because pretty soon I'm gonna be doing it either way. Yeah, we're gonna fuck around tonight. Short stream. We're thinking maybe 4 hours or something. That's a short stream by Dingus standards. So far, I haven't seen anything terribly offensive from the people putting out art. Someone drew like right now, just like Mega Swamper. That was appreciated. Now you know what I mean by terribly offensive, like by my standards. How do you like this game? You're about to find out. One of the first games I streamed when I started streaming was Splatoon 2. I streamed my adventures grinding up to the max rank in Splatoon 2, which is S+ rank, and you had to do that 4 times for all 4 modes in the game. So I would just boot up 2-hour streams whenever I could, whenever I had a day off, and it was the specific mode that I wanted to play, because it's not like any other shooter you've played where you can just boot up and go into the queue of any mode you want. For Splatoon, if you're not aware, you can only boot up and play certain modes when Nintendo says you can. So I had to wait. I would actually pull up the Splatoon wiki and look up the schedule and see when the modes I wanted to play for like grinding would be available. And then it finally happened. I got my S+ ranks in all 4 modes. Wait, no, not even S+. My bad. X rank. I had X rank. X rank is above S+. I had X rank in all 4 modes in Splatoon 2. And that's like, once you get to X rank, everyone you play with is like super competitively sweat. And if you lose like a couple of times, you D-rank. And I was not interested in that. So I hit X rank on all the modes in Splatoon 2, and then I fucking dropped Splatoon 2. But I don't believe many of those VODs are archived. In fact, I don't think any of them are. Because 3 came out in 2022, right? So yeah, that is the case. Yeah, so then yeah, none of the Splatoon 2 VODs should have been archived. Which also means the start of my Splatoon 3 journey is also not archived. But I also made it to X rank every single season of Splatoon 3 in which new content was being distributed. Once they stopped adding new content, I stopped playing regularly outside of Splatfest. Alright, we gotta put my abilities on. Hey Nurgle, not playing with Anne, I don't have the game. And the MSI can't handle it. If only you could DM me on the Switch so you can hate mail. There are ways that you can get harassed on Splatoon. He loves this game as much as Putz 12. Putz is never coming back to Splatoon. Thing is, I was watching Nintending, he was saying Star Fox probably bombed, but he hopes it didn't. How disingenuous is Dean in saying that you think? Dean was very hard on Star Fox when it was revealed. I didn't watch the video on stream, but I looked at the thumbnail, and I think I skimmed it and the title. He was clowning on it like everybody else, so I'm very confused to hear that opinion from him in which he hopes that it doesn't bomb. You'd think he would just take the, you know, I hate Nintendo consistently on everything they do route and just say he hopes it bombs so that Star Fox can be buried and forgotten again, righteously so, because anything that modern Nintendo would do with it now would be felted and bad anyway. April 10th to 11 was bring any size cup and fill it for $2.50. You can bring a gallon cup for all they care. It reminds me of the Dunkin' Donut buckets that they started doing. You have 7-Eleven at the land of everything, Beeb, and yeehaw! Arlo gonna dab on Sony? He's gonna dab on Sony and Microsoft. Did I redeem, I get the nachos? Yeah, I did not get the nachos. Remember Redeem Fries? We had a global French fry day a couple of days ago. I did not do free fries either. What can the MSI handle is the real question. Toontown and Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. We're doing add abilities. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do not care for Pow World. Obviously. And I explained why last night. It seems to lack it has a very cynical form and functional way about it. But I feel like I can't really specify on why it feels wrong to me without coming across as a Nintendo simp. Hey, Zelda. Yeah, I don't like survival games either, that's fair. I don't care much for art. And, wow, really? Too bad that ability sucks. A consistent comparison I see is that it's like Ark Survival Evolved, which is a game I've only seen Sargon of Akkad play. Hey, Praise Sun. Dean is just a hipster. You can handle me to the rage quit? Well, that doesn't matter, because that's available on Switch. It's like a 2D game, so I assume there's no, like, downgrades between versions. Gonna lose all my Super Sea Snails to this. I'm looking for my particular abilities. Yeah, I'll probably get around to Mina one day. Okay, you think, I think we'll take this. I do like Inksaver main. And then I need Inksaver sub. That's the one. That's my baby right there, Inksaver sub. The sub! Alright, well, let's get in on this. Do I still have this shit active? Hello, everyone! Let's go gambling! I'm a fluttering cabinet member, that's true. I'm the cabinet of detractors. Any fancy pattern? No? No patterns in the ink? Getting my groove back. I'm getting the feel for it. Laying the chumps down. I love my auto bomb so much. No other sub-weapon compares. Maybe the torpedo? I love spamming these, particularly against the Splatlings. I fucking hate Splatlings. Honestly, it's pretty hard to pick out another main weapon in this game that I actually like. I hate Splatlings, I hate Splatanas, I hate snipers, I hate rollers. Like, literally every other enemy class, but, like, standard shooter, I don't like. I really hate dualies. I cannot stand motherfuckers who use dually. Alright, stats. As you know, I'm a dirty NZAP main, to the point that I almost use no other weapons. I am just stat autistic. But I've been maining NZAP since Splatoon 1, so we're not gonna change now. Alright, what's the fit? My designer headphones for maximum Inksaver sub. Dude, I'm insane. What am I thinking? I think we'll stick with the devil horns, and then I had special charge, ink recover, Inksaver main, Inksaver sub. Well, just everything has to have Inksaver sub. That's just how we roll. It's very underrated. Dude, I forgot how to organize shit. I had these shoes that had Inksaver sub as the main. I like Intensify Action because it straightens out your shots out of your main weapon. But you need a couple of them for it to actually benefit. I think I'll keep the fit I have for now. I could change it later if I need to. Why am I doing Code Veronica X and Resident Evil 0? I've seen too many people play specifically both of those games recently, Iggle, that it has scared me from the prospect of doing those in the immediate and far-flung future. Like, particularly Resi 0. Whoa, what a travesty. I'm not begging for a remake. It's kind of just more like, Capcom, what the fuck were you thinking? Oh, Dingus got his groove back? True. Alright, we're gonna queue up and then find our first slop video. Hey, Krusty Punky. We splat out on people now? You know it. This is a Arlo night. This your Arlo content is here. Hey, Blue William. Hey, Rennie. Okay, so we have a couple of slop to go through. I've been promising it. I've been promising it, you guys. The first one is Nintendo was holding out on us in all caps. It's a clickbait title, so I know not what he refers to. We're gonna learn together. You and me, buddy.
Hey everybody, sorry I'm a little late to this. I had a lot going on last week, but
oh, so busy.
Apparently, Nintendo released an
I'll put him on
update
1.25.
for the Switch 1 eShop and totally revamped it. Completely and utterly revamped the entire thing. Now, the reason that they gave for this,
I guess I never noticed because I traded in my Switch 1.
In line with like the design of the Switch 2 eShop, and they did indeed do that. You know, just they redesigned it.
How much slower is the shop on the Switch 1 because of that?
Here, mainly just in how everything is just kind of arranged.
Hey,
I was never too fussed about most of this stuff. So you know, there are a lot of little changes. But for me, the big one is just putting the wish list on the left with everything else. It used to be you had to go into like your little profile icon and like dig to get to the wish list, which is just weird because it's something that you want to access pretty regularly. So I don't know why it wasn't on the left in the first place, but whatever.
This is a form of ASMR.
It's now much easier to access the wish list. That's very nice. I do use that a lot. I like to check and see if any of the games I have wish listed are on sale. Naturally, I've got games on there, but then my nephew still uses my Switch a lot, so I'm always on the lookout for some of his going on sale too. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's gonna go on sale one of these days. I know it will. Anyway, so yeah, so little changes, you know, and now you can use dark theme on the eShop. That's cool, I guess.
People use the light theme?
The whole thing up is a little bit different. You no longer get the...
Oh, wait, no, that's part of the update.
Which is actually a little bit disappointing. I think there's a chance that it loads
What are we doing?
faster.
What are we doing?
I'm not really sure. But you know, that was a little... You know, we all complain about not having, like, music and stuff. So that is one little bit of charm that has unfortunately been removed. But whatever, that's a very small casualty. Because really, you want to talk about changes. Apparently, Nintendo has finally given the eShop its own dedicated app on the system itself. The reason it was so slow before is because it was browser-based. Like, it was essentially bringing up a website. And, yeah, for whatever reason, that just made it very, very slow and sluggish and prone to crashing and whatnot. And, yeah, I don't know. They finally did it. They finally gave it its own little app on the Switch. And this has made a very big difference. I mean, you know...
Appreciate that we have HP bars on opponents now after the last update.
Essentially, they have fixed the eShop. They fixed it. It was bad.
They fucked it up, and now they finally fucking fixed it, man.
It's pretty okay. You know, it's not perfect, but it's pretty darn okay. And, you know, I was certainly one of the many, many peoples in the world who complained frequently and loudly about the state of the eShop. You know, of course, there's like the whole like e-slop problem, and that's, you know, that's not really good.
I thought this was about like fixing the AI problem. Is that still there?
The eShop itself, just navigating the eShop.
No one uses the Switch 1 anymore.
Well, I say always.
Who does this benefit?
It got worse as time went on. You know, I wasn't doing like detailed comparisons or anything, but it just, for whatever reason, it just kind of felt like the more titles on the shop, I don't know why that would slow it down. I don't know why, because if anything, this stuff should get better, and yet I feel like just as the years went on, the shop just got harder and harder and harder to use. It was never like fast, but it got just slower and slower, even more sluggish. Just the lag, just the delay was really, really huge. Stuff just struggled to load, and I think out of everything, my number one problem with it, my number one pet peeve was is just not being able to watch videos on like store pages, you know, like trailers for games. It just like wouldn't load the video or would like keep buffering over and over again. It would just keep freezing, and it drove me crazy because it's just like, okay, like being slow and sluggish.
Ooh,
that's
two down.
one thing. That just
That's
requires
good.
extra patience from me. I still don't like it, but I can
Three
deal
down.
with it. But when it's like I'm on the page and I want to watch the trailer and it just won't. It just simply won't. My internet is
Chumps
fine.
on- chumps on
everything
their
is
side.
fine, but that is just like that is the product just not functioning the way that it's supposed to and impacting my ability to be marketed to.
You're impacting my ability to enjoy the game, Arlo.
To inform my purchasing decisions, and it's just not working. So yeah, that drove me crazy. All that stuff. It was really uncomfortable to use the
got it.
eShop, and yeah, it's a lot better now.
Because
It's
Zoomers.
a heck of a lot better now. It's funny because when I first booted
Oh,
it up,
okay,
I kinda
first
had
up.
some doubts because I had heard people say that they had redone the shop and it was.
I'm
a lot
listening to
faster.
Arlo while
And, like, at first, for some
grinding
reason,
Splatoon
I wasn't
Splatfest.
experiencing that, it didn't seem that much faster. But like the more I used it, and then even like closing it.
Okay, he spends what? How long is this? It's a 12-minute video about how Nintendo fixed the Switch 1 eShop, not by getting rid of the AI slop, but by having the UI in line with the Switch 2's eShop. So it's faster now, I guess. And he said they got rid of the music. Now I thought people liked music on their Nintendo eShops. Remember the Wii Shop channel? Super Mario RPG, Pokemon Puzzle League, Yeah, wait a minute. I thought it never had music. What's he even talking about? Did I mishear? Or is he saying they introduced music? I thought it was quiet, and that was one of their primary complaints. Was that it lost the music versus like the Wii, 3DS, and Wii U. Maybe he meant during holidays. I think the eShop music peaked after the 3DS era. For me, it was 3DS, because I didn't grow up with the Wii. That was like a cousin Dinkus console. But for me, it's the 3DS's themes. Those are the ones that live rent-free in my Zoomer ass head.
You're opening it again. I don't know, works or stuff through the pipes or something. But now, like, no, it is a lot faster. It's not as fast and snappy as the Switch 2. You know,
3DS does have some good system themes. I feel like they're underappreciated.
But it is a lot better. It's a heck of a lot better, you know, like
oh, it did have holiday music? Maybe
scrolling
that's what he
through
meant then.
titles. That's always been kind of a thing. Sometimes you have to wait an annoying amount of time for it to like catch up.
I guess they had to get rid of the holiday music so that the Switch 1 could process it faster.
There's definitely like mixed results, like kind of depending on which tab I'm on. And again, I almost feel like sometimes it'll be better than others. I haven't done like a whole bunch of tests or
This dude playing Monkey Ball music in my eShop video.
Consistent, and like I've got like one or two.
This is my favorite Monkey Ball track though.
Error messages popping up. But for the most part, no, it's a lot faster. Like there are even times, sometimes, not every time, but there are even times when I can just scroll at full speed and it will pretty much keep up with me. It'll keep up. It'll be loading in the pictures fast enough. And I mean, if there was ever anything that the original version struggled with, it was just scrolling at absolute full speed. It had a real hard time keeping up, but now it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. Overall navigation is better. Still a little laggy. Still laggier than I would want.
It's technology from 2015, bro.
But yeah,
it's gonna lag.
Improvement. And then the videos. I am having no trouble at all with the videos. Like watching them videos on the store pages loads up fast, and you know, haven't like tested it a million times or anything, but at least just like right here gathering this footage that you are seeing, flawless. Pretty much flawless. Like I had a harder time like cycling between.
Here's what you gotta have them chase after you.
Like, there was more lag there, but every time I clicked on a trailer and it popped up perfectly, it played perfectly, and I could even fast forward and rewind just fluidly, and there was never any problem whatsoever. Just absolutely no problem. So that is really lovely. And yeah, you know,
I see him.
you can see examples. Me just kind of navigating around, just doing different stuff, searching for games, looking for deals and whatnot. And it's all just kind of good now.
I think they were not fully appreciated for 3DS music. I also think the Wii U had underappreciated music. A good example was the Friends List was a nice song on Wii U. See, I got my Wii U at the ass end of it. Like, once I was finally able to really make my own money and not really depend on Papa and Mama Dingus, Wii U was like a console that I bought with my own scratch. And they fucking sent it to me without the proper cables, so I had to wait and order like my own. And it took like another week for that shit to come in. But this was already like 2016, 2017. Like, the console was already dead. I think I got Star Fox Zero and Paper Mario Color Splash at launch, and then the console was dead. Like, zip, zip, zoop! Oh, that's an L, buddy. It's because one of our motherfuckers disconnected in the last 30 seconds. We hate disconnects. I bought it from DK Oldies. No, I didn't. I got it from Amazon. They fucking screwed me up, though. They promised that it would be the Mario and Luigi New Super Mario Bros. U console bundle. It wasn't. Well, here's the thing. It came in the box, but it didn't come with the game. So, like, what the fuck?
It's just kind of good now. Which, I mean, you know...
So I never played that new Super Mario Bros. Game until
on the
Switch when it got to the deluxe version.
Which does, you know...
Yeah, bundle with physical game. Bundle with a physical game. That's how you know they're desperate. Or they were desperate.
I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth here. You know, this is obviously just a good thing. For sure. Very glad Nintendo did it. It's just, am I the only one? Am I the singular only person on this planet who's wondering what the heck took them so long? Okay.
They had to learn the code.
That this was the way the eShop had to be.
Oh, 4-win streak, we're fucking
Switch,
dead.
It's not super duper powerful, so they wanted to make all.
See, the Wind Waker one was digital, but it had to be digital because it had the fancy patterns on the gamepad.
Very lightweight.
That would have upped the cost if it was a physical copy.
Themes on the home menu, or like, you know, the ability. It's not like the 3DS or the Wii U where you can change the sizes of stuff and put stuff in folders and whatnot.
Another thing because he's bringing it up, and I miss it from the 3DS, as a 3DS babby. I really do miss the unique themes that you got from the 3DS. I miss the badges, too. Remember the badge arcade game where you, like, did gacha? Now, I never paid for it, but you had, like, free spins. You had, like, free tries every day. I would do that and get, like, the free badges and put that shit on my home menu. I miss that. And then the free themes that would come with, like, different music and different sound effects for, like, tapping icons. I miss all that. The Switch has, like, none of that. And I think it's not really a Nintendo is soulless and forgot about them, and they're, like, too corporate now for that kind of thing. I think it's more like a utility thing, because it's based off... because it would be more shit for the console to accommodate, because it's all going to be, like, resources going to the home menu. I think that's how it works. Because I remember the 3DS, like, later in its life, could not do a whole lot. If you had, like, Smash on 3DS, Smash, like, 4 3DS, you had to, like, when you were done with that game and you quit back to the home menu, the console had to reboot just to send you back to the home menu. I don't know what kind of fucking trick Sakurai was doing, what kind of black wizardry he fucking got to make Smash 3DS a thing. But, yeah, the 3DS was not very strong. It reminds me of, like, the Wii U as well. I remember hearing the Wii U had, like, this might be, like, slightly wrong, but, like, it had, like, 4 gigabytes of RAM or something, but, like, 2 gigabytes of that was dedicated to the home menu, so devs did not really have much to work with. And that might be just, like, that design philosophy continuing to the Switch. Or if they were to introduce fun stuff like that, it'd be more resources that would have to be allocated to that. I don't remember that at all. I don't think it did it on a new 3DS. Well, yeah, see, I had an OG 3DS for a long time, so I remember that would always happen when I was done playing it on OG 3DS. Then I eventually got a refurbished Galaxy 2DS XL. No, not 3DS XL. New 3DS XL. Refurbished Galaxy New 3DS XL. That was like the one time getting something secondhand and it didn't fucking fuck me over. Actually, that's the one I still use today. We lost. We were doing good. Like, we had a push. Where was the push? Yeah, I remember Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. I never got, like, I never paid for the games, so I never got past, like, the free ones they let you try. I had an old 3DS too, but I don't remember it. I want to test it now. Nintendo gave 2 options later on. There's a quick boot to go into the game, or wait the slow startup for the console. I was there at launch with the Wii U. The mini UI was slow to boot, but smooth once you're in. I feel like people have nostalgia for the Wii U days, but if they really, like, went back in time to the Wii U days, they would complain about game droughts, and everything sucking. Hi, Waffle. You're a kid now. You're a squid now. Hey, Dingus. Hi, Waffle. We're watching videos while I grind up the Splatoon Splatfest for the new Splatoon Raiders game. I'm on Team Speed. I'm a true blue fella. It's speed versus power versus tactics. What is most useful in battle? Well, obviously speed. As one with the motor mouth, I must go Team Speed. I'm a speed fiend. That could mean a lot of things in our world. In Splatoon, it just means you're grinding up your rank. Eastside says, the RAM requirements are usually so you can navigate the console's OS seamlessly while the game is suspended in the background. Yeah, that. So a lot of that on the Wii U was allocated towards that. So it left very little over for the devs to use for their own games, from what I understand. Hello, Momo. Welcome in, Momo. Speaking of squids and squid content, if you want squiddy vibes from a squiddy tentacled fella, you might enjoy the comedic ramblings of VT. Hello, I'm playing a squid game. Momomo is sleeping off a schnitzel bender. He was telling me about how he ate too much schnitzel. Dinga schnitzel! Mein dinga schnitzel! He has a upset tummy from eating too much schnitzel. It's very unfortunate. It's okay, if I was German too, I would do nothing but eat the dinga schnitzel. Dude, I'm dreading to eat this. I'm a kid now, I'm a squid now. It did, yeah, it went like that. Well, it was like, you're a kid now, you're a squid now. I don't think we'll ever bring that song back. That was like only in the American marketing. That was like back during, that's like the kind of cringe marketing you would only get from Wii U era, really desperate Nintendo. 1 kg of Dinga Schnitzel is not the medium. Why did you order it? You should have gotten small. How much is large? if you remember. If you had ordered large, how much would you have gotten? Yeah, no, remember the Yoshi Woolly World Wii U commercial? It's a triple Boshi Exploshi. They really wanted people to buy Paper Mario Color Splash, so they sent emails out if you had Splatoon in like your playtime, your playtime history. If you liked Splatoon on Wii U, then you'll love Paper Mario Color Splash because they both use paint. Whoa! You know, one that lives on, I think, positively is the Smash marketing at the time. Not just the trailers, of course, like, because those continued with Ultimate. Like, everybody liked the trailers. But the actual commercials for the game, subtle and Smash. People still quote that today. And then, of course, for trailers, like 3D World, I remember everyone fucking dogpiled on Mario 3D World that one E3. Because, like, that was also the E3 that revealed Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, but everyone was seething because it wasn't a new Metroid Prime. And they were like, yeah, that's all we have, a new Donkey Kong Country and Mario 3D World. And it was like a very tame trailer that made it look like Mario 3D Land HD. And then the next trailer for that game was like, oh my god, it had like the Histocrat theme. It was showing off level after level after level. It was like one of the best trailers Nintendo has ever cut for a video game. Literally everyone's hype on 3D World like 180'd after that one trailer, and it is still quoted by Nintoddlers today as one of Nintendo's best trailers. Oh yeah, I forgot we were watching a puppet.
I mean, they eventually gave us folders, but there's very little customization. There's very little going on, and the, you know, the eShop, it didn't have any fun music or anything. I assumed
Where's
that was
my music?
because they really wanted to keep things running really light, not interfering with games, because they didn't want to make it like their old systems.
The other
where you
options
had to
were
quit
XS
a
and
game
S. I
completely
thought these
to
two
go
would be
to the
hella
main
small.
menu or to go to the shop.
You should have ordered
So it all had
extra
to
small.
run very fluidly.
You small boy.
So I assumed that the version of the eShop they had was completely necessary, that it was basically impossible for them to put a proper store on the Switch. And of course, with the Switch 2, they didn't have that limitation anymore, and that's why the shop on the Switch 2 is more of a proper app. It's zippy, it's...
Do they have 7-Eleven where you are, Momomo? We're talking about how it's free Slurpee Day. So you can go to the 7-Eleven convenience store and get yourself a free little ice Slurpee. I have mine in my hand right now. It's peach flavored Slurpee. No? Oh, sad days. I hear they're really popular in Japan. Obviously, because they're always down with convenience stores. No, Lawson is one I always hear about. I want to say Don Quixote, but isn't that more like a grocery chain? Or do they have like gas stations, convenience stores? Turn off Arlo? No.
Nice, a lot more processing power to deal with that.
Yeah, go get your Coke Slurpee. Like it's literally 7-Eleven. I've been telling everybody, Koizumers, fire up the car. We went. I'm not gonna lie, Koizumers. Like we're gaming the system. We went to 2 7-Elevens, so I got 2 Slurpees. I got my Peach Slurpee and my Coke Slurpee. I have 2 now. We could have been mean. You know, no one was gonna stop me if I grabbed 3 cups at 1 7-Eleven. But we were fair. We went to 1 7-Eleven. You know, I got one. You know, Papa Dingus got one, and then we went to another one, and then I got another one, and then Papa Dingus got another one. We could have just grabbed as many cups as we wanted at the first 7-Eleven, and nobody would have said anything. Like that guy was fucking busy working the register. He would not have said shit to us. I don't think. Little brother Dingus got the Slurpee combo. No, I am the baby. I do have siblings, but I'm the Chiquita Bebita. I am the youngest. I see, when it comes to youngins and the Dinger brood, they tend to be like my nieces. Like I got brother Dingus and sister Dingus, but they're all way older than me. Literally, they have their own families. Where's your family, Dingus? Why are you here playing Splatoon when you could be having your own family? No, thank you. I've seen. I've been party to the troubles and turmoils of Papa, brother Dinkus as a Papa. Hey, Jerky. I was calling you little bro, haha. You went to the shop of Slurpees. True. You meant to call me little brother, not like insinuating that I had a little brother. I see. Oh yeah, go get your Slurpee.
But apparently that wasn't the case. Apparently, I don't know, did they have this option the whole time? Maybe, I don't know. It's been, watch, 9 years. 9 years. Nearly a decade. We've dealt with that eShop. And okay, like, I don't know anything about this stuff. To be fair, maybe there was some
He dropped down. Okay, they got him.
Maybe.
Oh, Spin Dog, how you doing, dude?
How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We're doing pretty good. I don't know what my win-loss is. I guess I can check after this. This is the Arlo catch-up stream, short stream. I'm telling everyone it's 7-Eleven. So if you have a 7-Eleven near you, get in the car right now and go to 7-Eleven. You can just take a cup and just get a free Slurp. They just let you get away with it. They just let you do it. I actually lost my mind when I heard gas stations in America actually have normal prices for the stuff they're selling, to be honest. Really? What is it like in Germany? If you don't mind me asking. We have a German scholar here, Momomo, who's going to regale us with the scams of Germany. Oh fuck, Wipeout, it's over. They're gonna take it back. Oh my god, look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him! They're taking it back! Oh, the tweet you sent me on Discord, I saw it. I forgot to say something because I was busy earlier getting the Slurpee. But no, I saw it. Someone's putting up posters mocking LTG at the convention? That's tough, buddy. I wonder if anyone... I know that's like a parody meme poster, but what if people actually show up to that? Like at the designated time, dressed up as Dale? Invite you? Okay. Goth Goblin VTuber was playing Signalis, she just beat it and it was good. Caps accused me because I'm hyper. That's fine. I've had a pot of coffee and 2 sodas. Well, I had coffee earlier, and then I had some Humix. I got Humix in my little mini fridge, chilling that up. But I'm working on my 2 Slurpees now. It's a Slurpee kind of Saturday. Special Slurpee Saturday! Hey, Zuki. Did we dingus the Swids? We did. Yeah, it's free Slurpee Day, Jerky. It's 7-Eleven. So we went to go get some Slurpees earlier. You just walk in and get a cup. They don't care. They just let you do it. Okay, we're like 2 and 3. Okay, we're gonna open it up for Ivan. Oh, shit. Time for new maps. Okay, so the Slurpees are gonna be melted before you finish them, right? Literally, if I DoorDash the free Slurpees, they will be melted, and they will be nothing but liquid by the time I finally get them. You stick them back in the freezer. It's just like in the UK, except you can do that in all stores, not just 7-Eleven. Well, luckily, I have 7-Elevens nearby. Halftime? Oh god, it's halftime! That's why they paused it. Oh, man. So, for clarity, this has been going on since yesterday night, and it concludes tomorrow night. 48 hours of nonsense. Who is currently winning? Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money! Ah! What do you mean? Well, we're still second place. Actually, we're very close. Damn, Team Power dropped. Team Power led in the sneak peek, but at halftime, they dropped to 3rd place. This is really tight. Like, I'm actually surprised at how tight. Usually, when it comes to Splatfest, there's like a clear popular team, but it's like even. It's basically an even spread. All right, we're gonna swat up with Ivan in a second. So we got eel tail, mincemeat, tricolor eel tail, and mahi mahi. Did you want what do you want, Ivan? We can do tricolor. I don't care. Well, I'm down for whatever till anime night. My house is air conditioned. Why does ice melt, dude? Okay, we can go back and forth. Let me know when you want to swap modes. We'll do let's do tricolor. I never had any of those things. All I know about Slurpees is that there was this one Latina child slave that wasn't for sex, so would make one by jumping on camera and what? I'm not gonna finish. What are you talking about? This is a family stream. What does any of that have to do with Slurpees? Alright, it's open for Ivan. You see the tweet chain of some chick posting a Miiverse drawing saying that 2 Splatoon chicks were super married, and then posting a cease and desist at Nintendo Center for it, and was saying, well, that settles that. No, I didn't see that. Is that recent? Or from back in the day? I don't know, Splatoon fanbase can be kind of annoying. Like, I like the game, but, like, God forbid you go around the lobby and look at what the people are drawing. See, here's the thing, right? You play in Japan, everyone who's in Japan is, like, the best artist ever, which, like, astounds me. Because these are games on, like, the Wii U and Switch. These are not games, like, these are not proper drawing tablets. And yet people are, like... The Japanese are, like, really good artists. The tablet of choice does not matter. And then you go to, like, the Western side, the Western server, or the Western side of the community, and it's just all fucking furry shit. Just cringe Tumblr shit. Like it's fucking 2015. All I know is Putz, and I know that because he is a mod on someone's channel that I stopped visiting. Well, we haven't seen Putz in, like, forever. Last I saw Putz was in an official Nintendo live stream where he was just hanging out. And I was like, hey man, love the content. He was like, oh, wow, thank you, thank you. He was very, very cordial, contrary to what all the videos on him would have you believe. But no, I still stand for Putz. He's like the peak comfort cow. Like, that guy would not hurt a fly. I think last I heard he wanted to move out. He was thinking of moving to Texas. Because I think he's in California right now, and he was complaining that California was too woke for him. Which is true. But he lives with his folks, so he's not able to stream. See, okay, he's nice, and he respects the sanctity of the household, so he does not stream if his folks are there. Because you know how he is. But dude has not been live in years. But he allegedly might still be around. I consider that guy a true comfort cow, because even though he has videos on him by Kiwi Tapes, like, there is just nothing to him. His content is he yells at Splatoon. And also, he's a competitive eater. Like, that's literally it. He has no other baggage, which is great. He's like, you know how, like, Tevin and Shroom watch that guy who smokes, Jacob Jones? That guy has no baggage. He's just the guy who smokes. He's my Jacob Jones. Got him. Ran out of ink at the last second, but the bomb finished him off. Now you could say, you know, he plays a children's game and yells at children, but because it's Nintendo, there's no real voice chat. So the children can't hear him spurg out anyway. Truly, truly, all of his bases are gone. Is this double crab tank? Did you see that? Go for it, I dare you. Did you see the double crab tank assault? That is coordinated. Those guys are on fucking Discord. They're fucking cheating, bud. Secret comfort cow to share with me? Sure. Absolutely. Hiccup's protecting the signal. Ooh, I got one with the chumps. Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him! He's desperate! I really appreciate the HP bars now. Can you believe the game launched with no HP bars over the opponents? I think that was not the last update, but like the second to last update added that. I don't comprehend Jacob Jones. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? No complaints on my behalf. I think Tevin described them once as me if I was a smoker. I mean, I guess. I feel like we have relatively the same timbre, a similar timbre. Wish I remember this. They said COVID is fake in like 2022. He says he is a professional sumo wrestler. Did he say that? He does have right-leaning opinions. He tried to apply for Twitch partner. And one time I was in his stream asking him like what happened with the application, and he said, hand to God, he said, because he's too right-wing, the leftists at the leftists at Twitch don't want him as a Twitch partner, so he's not able to apply. So he's like, sorry guys, well, I need to do the Putz voice. Sorry guys, I can't be partner because the leftists at Twitch don't want me to be. Oh, buddy, I must be like fucking what, leftist Stalin? I don't know. Wow, Nurgle debunked. I fucking won. Okay, he's in a situation where he can't stream and yell. Last I heard.
The technology
makes sense.
He
is not a guy where he would just stop like streaming.
They hadn't cracked the code, and it took them creating the Switch 2 and that eShop before they could reverse engineer it and polarity tachyon beam to reverse the polarity and hack the mainframe. And now suddenly they figured it out. They had this. There's a couple of weeks ago they had a big aha moment. Just their top scientists and programmers were on the case, and they cracked the code. It came to one of them in a dream, and they just, this divine intervention, they figured it out.
Okay, this is way too much purple.
I don't know. I really don't know why it would take them this long. It's just one of those things where they're like, it's working, and it would take money, effort to fix it, so like let's just not. And then for whatever reason, just the bucket. Planets aligned, and they just found themselves with the ability and the resources to make it happen now. I really
okay,
don't
we
know.
get it, Arlo. Video over.
I really don't it was so long.
Don't whisper in my ear.
That's really so long. And now, just like, I don't even use the Switch anymore. Whatever. It's good. Not everyone has a Switch 2.
Better late than never.
Plenty of people who have Switch 1s. And this is very, very good for all of them. I am pleased that this has happened. Are you pleased that this has happened?
I love shark ears.
Down in the comments. Or if you don't want to leave a comment, just get a picture of me. Just load a picture of me up on your phone and just look at it real close for a good.
Did he just say, like, download a picture of Arlo and masturbate to it?
I am pleased. I will hear you.
Desperate. Got him. Oh, that was too close. It ain't looking good. Chief. Got him. No! Oh, I think I got it. No, there's one. I'm sorry, Ivan. I took out like 3. It's not happening. That was so close. Is not. We are not in this. Oh, go! They're all down. I'm getting it. The bubbler. Desperate bubbler. We're in. Nurgle L. It's okay. We got the sprinkler. If we lose with the sprinkler, it's actually over. Oh, they're look at how desperate they are. They're going after our side. Get him, queen. I hear booyah. Find the chumps. Oh, this is gonna be tight. I wish I got that KO earlier so I could get more fizz bangs. Now, if orange wins, it does count as a win for us. No! What do you mean? We have the sprinkler. You know, we should have got. You see their bottom side, their bottom spawn. We should have went for that. Nurgle, why don't you queue up with us? Except you won't, cause you're scared. Okay, next video is... Oh, the Steamies are gonna like this one. Arlo talked about the Steam machine prices. The title is Doom-pilled. The title is, I don't know if I see the point anymore. Arlo is sad. I'm worried, guys, as a PC gamer.
A few weeks ago, Valve raised the price of the Steam Deck, and I didn't get a chance to make a video about it, so I'm glad this is coming up now, because...
Isn't it more like we didn't know the price, and then they revealed it, and it was above what we thought the price was gonna be? Oh, they raised the price of the Steam... No, wait, no, the Steam Deck. Oh, fuck. No, okay, he's right. I'm just jumping. I'm frothing at the mouth, ready to criticize them. No, Steve, they did raise the price of the Steam Deck. He's not talking about the Steam Machine yet. Those are 2 different peripherals, 2 different devices.
Wow! Gee willikers. I mean, like, you know, basically everyone is having to raise the prices of their hardware right now, like just across the board.
Nintendo did it, and Arlo said it was based.
With the Switch 2, component prices are skyrocketing, AI, yada yada. But the amount of money that Valve raised the price of the Steam Deck, absolutely shocking. Just shocking. I mean, you know, Nintendo can get away with raising the price of the Switch 2 by, you know, $50. We're seeing, you know,
not according to Nintendo.
$100 increases from Sony and Microsoft. Valve with the Steam Deck. Let me tell you.
Man, we're mogging the purple side already.
The original model of the Steam Deck. Now they only carry the OLED model. So in my eyes,
that's good. People like OLED better.
Basically, an increase. I think it's I don't know. I think it's really interesting how I guess the demand for the OLED one was just that much higher. Because like for me, like I want the lower price. You know, I don't want to pay for the extra storage or the better screen. I want the lower price.
You don't want to pay for the OLED quality?
So,
people,
yeah,
everyone loves OLED screens.
Higher than the amount that I paid for my Steam Deck. So then the 512 gigabyte.
I kind of get the cheapo logic here, but also if you're paying for you're gonna feel the less, like the smaller storage space. It reminds me of people who like bought the white Wii U over the deluxe black Wii U. Like the storage difference is, you're gonna feel that after you get like a couple months in. like handling the device, you're probably gonna like have regrets and wish you went for the. You just paid a little bit more and you get more storage. Whoa, buddy.
OLED model was $549. It has increased to $789. And then the 1 terabyte OLED model, basically from $650 to $950. See, are you hearing me? I'm sure you already heard this. So this is old news, but whatever. Am I hearing me? $650 to $950. That's a $300 increase and almost 50%
fucking chaos.
increase. The top tier model of the Steam Deck is now close to $1,000. And the really sad thing is that the Steam Deck is still a really great piece of hardware. I've actually been using mine a lot recently,
we lost Bo.
to play Dark Souls, which is pretty much the only thing I've ever done with it. I played Elden Ring, and then I played a whole lot of Dark Souls.
It's his FromSoft machine.
90% of my time on my Steam Deck has just been playing Dark Souls 1, and it's it's doing the job real well. So like it's a capable machine, but it is still old tech by now. Especially like Nintendo hit the scene with the Switch, and that kind of got like the handheld console space really going, and then the Steam Deck came in, and since then, even just in the few years
fucking
since the
goddamn
Steam Deck, we've
Steamies!
gotten all of these other machines, and now the Steam Deck is outclassed in terms of power. A lot of machines are stronger than the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck
just get your ROG Ally, bro.
That Valve magic. It does work very, very well. The battery life is pretty good. A lot of these higher end.
Oh yeah, no, it's a purple
PCs,
massacre. Hey, Sansa.
Have a lot of battery life. They're not quite as easy to use. So like, there's still a lot of There's still a lot of good to the Steam Deck, but the
would Dale ever buy a ROG Ally?
Dropping really, really rapidly, and for close to $1,000, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people, even people who are like, look, I love my Steam Deck, but at this point, you might as well just get a ROG Ally. Like he said it. It's probably just a better deal. So that's the Steam Deck, but
the ROG Xbox Ally X.
Portion of this
Dad
video,
gave the ROG Ally base
just
dad.
revealed the prices for the Steam machine. They revealed this would have been last year, right? And we were all wondering what the pricing would be. They were in just a very unfortunate position, kind of similarly to Nintendo, where they're like, hey, we got this new system, and then all of a sudden the world goes to heck, and AI, yada, yada, yada.
The world goes to heck, don't you know?
For the Steam machine, but they have had to change that plan and price the thing a lot higher than they initially wanted to. I'm
got a box set of Thunderbirds or Go. That was nice, yeah.
Thinking of pricing it around like the $700-something range would have put it not too much higher.
I think if it wasn't for this craziness, it probably would be around the 700, 800 ballpark.
Well, actually, what are they selling? What are they selling a PS5 for now? $650, and the Pro is $900. So yeah,
soon to be $1,000 for your PS5.
Around the same ballpark as a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. Okay. But now the cheapest model of the Steam machine, the 512 gigabyte model without controller, $1,049. Okay. All right, so the cheapest model is already above $1,000, and naturally things only
pick up Steady B.
Further south from here. 512 gigabyte.
I warned you about the Arlo segment.
Controller, $1,128. Also having to sell that for a pretty good price. And then the 2 terabyte bundle.
Yeah, wait till the scalpers get a hold of it. Fucking 2K, baby.
2 terabyte with controller. $1,420.
We're gonna get it with the controller, right, guys?
Why just disk space is still so expensive in this day and age, but apparently it is. An extra terabyte and a half costs multiple hundreds of dollars, and that's just on the consumer end. I guess that's not even like what they're paying for it. I don't know, whatever. I don't know anything about this stuff. Point is, though, Steam machine is going to range from basically $1,000 to.
Oh, I haven't got it.
I mean, after tax and everything, $1,500 plus. And that's a lot. That's a lot. You don't need me to tell you. That's a whole lot of money. And I'll completely admit that like I really don't follow the PC hardware.
Oh yeah,
space,
don't worry, we
so,
know.
Like I may not fully understand what the
I don't know like what the point of the system is. I don't understand why people want these Steam machines.
It might not be correct whatsoever, but the way I've always seen it is I thought the point of a Steam machine, just a piece of hardware created by the company. So, you know, kind of mass-produced, rather than doing that thing where they kind of just collaborate with Alienware or whatever. Like,
like what Xbox is doing?
They can make just a bunch of this one box. I kind of thought that they would benefit in the
just
kind
of like the storefront makes their own hardware that plays everything. It just fucking works machine.
Kind of make manufacturing more efficient and therefore more affordable. If you're mass producing this stuff, then you're able to, you know, basically get a better price for everything, and that's going to help with your profit. So you can potentially sell it at a lower price.
Phoenix.
I mean, that's the thing about PC gaming versus console gaming. PC gamers will often make fun of these weak, puny consoles, but really when you look at like the value for the money spent, like consoles are usually a pretty darn good deal because they are producing these things by the millions, by the tens of millions, and since
Three down on orange,
big platforms,
now
they
two
can
down.
sell them at either a loss or like, you know, something like breaking even, and that's why we get a relatively good deal on it. I always thought that that was the point of a Steam machine, especially because it's Valve. They own Steam. They make so much money from the platform.
Or returning and coming back.
They stand to make so much money from anybody purchasing one of these machines.
It's a dingus
I
job.
thought they would want to price it aggressively. I kind of thought them making a Steam machine would kind of be like them not exactly like entering the console space as like a genuine competitor, but at least kind of dipping into it a bit, you know, offering us something that feels like
I think we came back from that
deal. And yeah, again, I don't know if that was ever really the point or not, but if that was the point, then this is not doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
This ain't doing it for me, bucko. Yeah, no, starting at $1,000. It's a real shame. And maybe, if anything, this being like this dedicated piece of hardware that they had to create, maybe now that's kind of a downside, because, you know, they had to do all of this R&D.
Yeah, we tied overall splitter. I got really lucky. I think I splatted like three in a row from the other team, and then they like create the opening to get us back in.
Let's increase the cost.
Good job getting the signal.
It up, and at least briefly, it looked like there were a number of people claiming that you could build a PC of
why not Team Coke or Team Grass? Good one.
To the Steam machine.
Before you came in, see, my rank is Speed Defender now, but before you came in, I had Ivan's rank of Speed Fiend. I'm a Speed Fiend, dude.
For less money. Like you could make your
own
Steam machine with basically the same specs for less money than the Steam machine, which I mean, you know, definitely makes you think, well, then what actually is the point?
You're paying more for the Valve branding, idiot.
What, really? What is the point? But then, you know, to be fair, the Steam machine is a cool little thing, you know, in that kind of console.
You pay more to
sort of
circumvent
way.
the hassle, I guess, of building it yourself.
You know, that you kind of just plug in and there you go. And then again, as with the Steam Deck, it runs Steam OS. It's all just right there on the box when you buy it. It's all easy to use. It's easy to access the Steam storefront. It's the convenience of not having to build that PC, which would inevitably have a much bigger
okay, well, the answer is that he understands that much.
A lot more troubleshooting as you try to build it. So, you know, there is the convenience factor of having this nice little plug and play box. So like that does add to the value. But now you're skirting this weird kind of in-between space where, like, if you're already a PC gamer, there's a good chance that you're already kind of used to this, kind of used to building your own PCs and handling your own components. Whereas if you're a console gamer, you want like me, you know, you want like just the convenience, the plug and play, the compact boxes. Like, is this actually going to tempt you to get more into PC gaming at this price? Is this actually going to kind of bridge that gap? Because that really does seem like that kind of was the point. Even if it wasn't to, like, I don't know, to create like a super duper cheap box or anything, but like that had to be the point, at least bridging the gap a little bit, right? Creating a PC that was at least more like a console, to try to get console people
to get the
come over to
dinguses,
PC.
the dinguses who don't want to make their own PC.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see his point there.
$1,000 for the basic model with no controller.
It was for me.
It's I mean, not that you like really need a controller, so maybe that's not so bad. And you know, this is a PC, so you can definitely get away with not buying the better storage, because you can just
roller
into it or whatever. So maybe even like versus the Steam Deck, you could argue that you're pretty okay just getting the 512 gigabyte model. So maybe you're all right getting that 1,004.
Okay, with the kind of games that that appealed to me, I probably would be fine with the smaller model. I feel like Arlo is one. He doesn't just play Nintendo. He does play on PC. You heard him earlier. He says he plays like FromSoft and shit. With the kind of games that Arlo would play, I feel like he would fill up the storage capacity a lot quicker than like a dingus like me. I think he should have just like ponied up for the larger model.
$49 model, but you know, after tax, it's gonna be about over $1,100. I don't know. It's just kind of a hard sell, and I don't know. I'm kind of struggling to see the point of this now. You know, like there's like one part of me that like, I don't know. To be fair, maybe this was only going to be bought by enthusiasts anyway.
But yeah, it's for
People
Steamies.
who bought the Steam Decks, people who are super
I got him again, same guy.
into the whole Steam ecosystem. You know, maybe they didn't intend for this to be a real market competitor. It was just going to be a machine that they made some number of units and sold them, and that's fine. And whoever is buying these things, maybe they make some sort of money on the hardware, and then those people will keep buying Steam games, I suppose. I mean, it's not like this is gonna make them buy more Steam games. I see, that's every time I try to justify it, I lose.
I was on a good run.
People who are already in the ecosystem are not gonna buy more games because they bought one of these things. They're buying this product because they like the product, and I just can't see that many people buying it, you know, especially not coming over from the console space. Those people are just going to stick with their consoles. And so now you just have these boxes.
I got him with a bomb. He got so cocky with the bomb.
How much money are you making on each one? Is it really just about making some small amount of money on each box, and that's just kind of it?
Oh,
There's
I don't know
no
about this.
greater plan. This is just it's a product.
Oh,
you
never
can
mind.
buy. You can buy it if you want, but like that's it. It's not really like building toward anything. Was that really worth all of the investment, all of the R&D, all of the time, all of the hype, all of the marketing? Was it worth it? I don't know.
Well, they couldn't
Maybe
have predicted
there
the
is a
economic
greater point
climate.
that I'm not seeing, or there was a point. And then
Since you launched Splatoon 3, if you own it but never played it, you will get squashed by everyone you compete against tonight. The event going on right now has caused everyone to come back to the game. Like there's like 1,200 people in the category right now. Like everyone's come back for this. When it's not like peak season due to like an event or something, the game's pretty quiet. Well, I don't know. I guess with skill-based matchmaking, they could like match you with like some newbies, but like the people we're matched up with right now are pretty sweaty. Should I launch the game, join you, and hold you back? If you want, we'd have to swap to. I think we'd have to swap back to regular Splatfest. But yeah, if you want, if you start the game for the first time though, they're gonna run you through a tutorial, so it'll be a second before you're able to go online. Yeah, you would hold our team back. To be honest, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. As a newbie, you would hold us back. Just to be honest. Just kidding. I won't do that. I'm an OG, I played 1 and 2, but I haven't played in so long, I can't do that to you. But you just never got into 3 when it released? I can kinda get it. I guess people just assume Splatoon would be a one game per generation kind of thing, like Mario Kart or Smash Brothers. So when Splatoon 3 was announced for Switch 1, I remember a couple of people were kind of just like scratching their heads, be like, wait, we already have Splatoon 2. Why is there 2 Splatoons on one console? It kind of seems like a bit redundant. Everyone just migrated over to 3. Nobody plays 2 anymore. And then 1, they just killed all support for after the Wii U died. Oh, guys, I think Green Team is throwing. Why is Green Team throwing? What do you mean? They're having fun on level 1. They're sabotaging? People do this. People do self-sabotage sometimes. The fucking griefers, man.
AI, yada yada. You know what I mean? Like, it could be that their original plan to release this for 700 something, that would have been pretty alright. It wouldn't have been too bad, you know, like if you look at the original prices.
Did I get him with a
of
chump?
all these current gen systems, you know, $500 was kind of the standard, so it's, you know, $750. That's still higher, but it's not that much higher. If it offered like a pretty good chunk of power, if it's a pretty darn good PC you get for that price, I could see that enticing someone who's like, all right, I've been buying consoles for however many years, but
almost
I've
got
been,
him.
always thinking about getting a PC, but I don't want to deal with all that. Oh, okay. This price for a PC that's basically like a console? All right. For that price point, I could have seen that working at least a lot better. But yeah, it could just be they were
maybe they were
basically
holding
forced
back.
to
They were
increase
waiting for the
prices,
last minute to come
otherwise,
on
you
in
know,
and go on a
you
big
can't
tear
just-
and win.
I mean, I know they're Valve. I know they're super hyper.
Maybe they're gonna
mega
flex
rich
on us
and all
big
that,
time.
But like, nobody wants to release a product and just eat just hundreds.
Wait,
of
I think that
dollars
is their
on
strategy.
each unit for basically no reason. You're just losing money. They were basically forced to increase the prices, and now they just are in the situation that they are in.
Whatever they wanted to do didn't work.
I don't know what their thoughts are. I don't know what their plans are. Again, I really don't follow most of this stuff very closely, but yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I end a lot of videos like that recently, just being like, yep.
Oh yeah, no, you do.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Thank you, Gamer Richie, for the bananas. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, Arlo. You do kind of have a very so yeah tamper about you. That was a very so yeah video. Yeah, so yeah, they raised the price of the Steam Deck, and now they're raising the price of the Steam Machine. So yeah, I don't care anyway, because I was never gonna buy it. So yeah. But guess what? There were more console price hikes to come. He is now complaining about Xbox, and of course he's gonna go on a tear about Xbox.
I feel like I should be shocked. I feel like I should be more surprised by this, but I think I'm becoming desensitized.
Well, thank you for the 20 stream streak, Chris.
I mean, like it's not like we didn't see it coming to a degree. You know, we knew that this whole like hardware pricing thing, like yeah, we know. It's just getting worse, you know. RAM prices are gonna be bad for a couple of years while the whole infrastructure kind of catches up.
Yeah, sure.
The AI, yada yada.
Why is he crying now? First up was a Steam Deck and Steam Machine price hikes. Now Xbox price hikes, and we have a video on the Xbox layoffs too. So it's gonna be a big fucking wine fest today. You did miss a video where he was positive about the eShop redesign for Switch 1 consoles. But, like, how many people are really going to benefit from that? Who has a fucking Switch 1? Probably a lot of people.
I don't know, like, this should be shocking. This should be, like, spit your drink out of your mouth. Shocking. Because it kind of is. That's the thing. We keep getting these price increases, and so often they're just so much more than I feel like we should reasonably expect. You know, like the jumps are just so big. Okay, let's get to the point. Xbox has announced that they are raising prices.
Yeah, no
of
Power
their
video from him
hardware
yet, Eddie.
Once again. And, you know, citing
It's like a third or fourth price hike,
component
humiliation ritual.
prices and all that stuff that we've all come to expect, yada yada. And okay, so the new prices. So on the cheapest end, you've got the Xbox Series S, which was always supposed to be the you know, the budget model.
The model that holds the rest of the console generation back? Yeah, no, I'm familiar.
Sold for $400. That was, you know, after a different price rise. It's up to $500 now. See, that's what I'm saying. $100. Not even just like 30, 50. No, $100 up. So,
I mean, if you're gonna raise it by 30, you may as well raise it by 50.
Now just as expensive as the Series X was originally. So that's
Hey, Sasha.
cool.
Price hiking your stream dingus. John Twitch told me had to be done. No, don't price hike my stream. They already did that when they raised the subs up to $5.99. It used to be $4.99. God damn it, Twitch. Hi, Sasha. I'm Splatoon maxing right now. This is my deadlock right here. There's an event going on, so I'm coming back in, and the new Splatoon game is coming out later this month. So I gotta get my licks in and get a feel for the game again. I gotta get that groove back, gotta get that vibe back, and I'm doing just that right now with fellow viewer Ivan Zypher on my squad. Ooh. Stop. They're bullying me! Oh, I'm free! I had support. Where's Ash? Where's my support? Come on, get me up. I got no fizz bangs. I think we got this, Ivan. No, I am doing well. Oh, Sasha. It's friend of the channel, Sasha Kineko, who's always streaming whatever game tickles his fancy, literally every single night. Easy dub. I thought this game was only single player or something. No, this is Splatoon 3, not the new one. The new one is Mayamino! Robin! I gotta quit banging my desk. No, this is Splatoon 3. It's an event promoting Splatoon Raiders, a new one coming out later this month. The new one is single player, focused with online co-op, but it won't have the competitive aspect. I've been thinking about buying an Xbox again for the backwards compatibility. I don't know yet. The backwards compatibility is like in my opinion, the best thing they have. You can have that shit. You can have a Series X, and you get compatibility. You know, varying compatibility going all the way back to OG Xbox. It is respectable in an era where Sony doesn't care for compatibility at all.
Model is going from 450 to 600, so 150 on top of that. So yeah, sure, it's the 1 terabyte model, so it's the nicer version of them.
Yeah, the compatibility library is missing a lot.
It is now 600.
Someone told me they were updating it. They said they were gonna stop updating it, but then they said someone else said they were gonna resume updating it.
Move on to the actual Series X, the 1 terabyte all digital model. So again, kind of you know, a more budget.
My Series X is I do have a day one Series X and PS5. Both the disc version, Series X disc version black. I basically have the Series X that's like fucking $1,000 now. So, you know, usually the prices of consoles get cheaper as the console generation goes on. The value of your console is not supposed to appreciate with the passage of time. You know what I mean? As for the Xbox, you know, it's either in the closet or Brother Dingus gets some use out of it playing, I think he plays WWE 2K. It's his WWE 2K machine. Brother Dingus is not a PC gamer. He's very much a normie blue-collar chud layman kind of guy. So for him, a good console is really all he needs. I say good console, it's like an oxymoron. Unless you're talking Nintendo. Let's go.
A more budget-friendly model was $600. It is also going up by $150 to $750. $750 for the all-digital Series X. And furthermore, finally, last but certainly not least, the 1 terabyte disk drive Series X was $650. It is also going up by $150. $800.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
$800. Yeah, closing in on $1,000. Nearly as much
after
as
tax,
a PS5
like
Pro,
definitely kissing 900.
which, you know, is a lot more powerful than a Series X. $800. $300.
The console
over
I
the
bought,
original price. People are
like
joking
off the
now
back of
that if you
COVID,
bought a Series
that shit
X,
is like appreciated $400 now.
at a markup from a scalper at launch, you got a better deal than you get now if you go to the store and you buy a brand new.
That is
Series
true.
X.
That's a rare good Arlo point. If you bought it like launch year, well, not, I mean, Xboxes weren't hard to find. If you bought a PS5 from a scalper in 2020 for scalper price, you actually still paid less than what you would be paying right now for one brand new today from the retailer. Especially if you go for like a PS5 Pro with the disc drive. They give you get PS5 Pro with a disc drive, you are paying over $1,000. Rare Richard W. My name's not Richard. Grab my 1 terabyte Series X for let's see, $499 in June 2025. So $670 now. That's with the UK 20% sales tax on luxuries. Luxuries like electronic. What's wrong with the UK? You guys can't open your windows and you just get a 20% imaginary tax on like luxury items? Yeah, my luxury bougie Xbox. Series X's were hard to find actually. Really? It did come out like a week before the PS5, if I remember.
$800 for the one with the disc drive. Yeah, I'm looking at mine right now. It's sitting right down there. It has gone up by $300. It has appreciated in value by $300 since I bought it. And
Japan pays extra for electronics too.
It's just
well, the yen is weak.
Funny
anything to get more money flowing.
Because like they've not been selling.
Ever heard about the Jaffa cake trial? Yeah, VAT is why cakes weren't luxuries, but the chocolate covered cookies were, so they had to prove they were a cake. What? So no, I have not heard of that. So a cake store had to prove that their chocolate covered cookies were actually supposed to be classified as cakes, so they could dodge that tax for their customers. That's kind of based of the store actually.
A lot of hardware. Their sales this generation have been.
That is true. Japan's retro market isn't anywhere near as insane as America's.
Looking up the sales year by year.
Literally go to Akihabara, walk into a store, and get like a Sega Saturn. Near mint
worldwide so far, and we are approaching the end of the generation. This November.
Oh, okay, it's a brand.
6 years. And we may get new hardware next year. Yeah, in 2020 they sold 3 million at launch. 2021, 7.5. 2022, 8.5. 23, about 7.5. 24, 5.2. So starting to dip already. And then last year, presumably because this was when the prices started going up, they only moved 2.7 million units.
Wall was there for me.
So like basically their sales were on a decline and then cut in half from there. So now in 2026, after when was the last price rise? I want to say the other one was this year too, right?
Yeah.
The previous price increase, I feel like it was pretty recently. Well, whatever the case,
the incremental price increases.
We're halfway through 2026, and the prices are going up that much more. That much more, and all of this. Among all of this other,
I wish I could get paid for saying sales numbers into a micro. Me too, brother.
Just like planning on potentially shutting down all of their studios.
How much do you think this video made them?
All of their original games. Just just giving us even less reason than ever to buy an Xbox. If their sales were already so bad,
$10, really?
Then what's gonna happen?
He's got a
now?
DSP Max.
Who's gonna be buying a Series X in 2026 for $800?
People who want GTA 6, low-key, normies will. The most popular games on consoles are all third-party games like GTA.
We've already lost the race.
I guarantee you motherfuckers that don't have a Series X will buy one for GTA 6. Humiliation ritual. And they'll pay the $100 for GTA.
People do decide to buy it.
Hey Chanty, hey Chanty, hey Chanty, hey Chanty.
They're not really putting out a lot of games, so like, what's gonna push someone to get an Xbox?
I'll shout you in a second.
What value is there beyond like just something to play Game Pass
Oh,
on?
crap tanking?
Like if you haven't bought one already, I don't know why you would now at $800. So I don't know. On the one hand, I'm
doing the Splatfest event with Ivan Cypher here in the chat.
Just shooting yourself in the foot even more. But then on the other hand, maybe it is because they just don't even care anymore. They've already lost. Whatever. Try to recoup some cost, and of course, I'm a Nintendo YouTuber primarily, and I cannot help but look at this and try to imagine how this might.
You stopped because your friends stopped playing it? I fell off of it when they stopped updating it for content. Like once the content update stopped, I just like checked in for a couple Splatfests after, and then I more or less had like all the items in the game, at least the ones that were available in like the shop rotation. Like, okay, yeah, I've played the game long enough. Like I've been playing it nonstop since like the launch day. But yeah, I put it down, but I'll come back to it every now and then. I get Splatoon Raiders when it comes out. So this is I'm kind of like weaning myself back into the thick of things with this Splatfest.
Sphere. Nintendo put out the Switch 2 a little bit.
It is single player Raiders. It has co-op.
A year or two ago. Now it makes
more
sense.
Tutorial, you can do the whole game co-op.
On raising the price for as long as they could, about a year, and then they reluctantly raised the price by $50, which is now like absolutely nothing compared to how much. So
I like how he justifies the Nintendo price hikes by saying they reluctantly raised the price. Reluctantly.
About a year, and then they reluctantly raised the price by.
It's okay when Nintendo does it,
which is now like absolutely nothing compared to how much Sony and Microsoft have been raising their hardware prices.
Oh, it's so much worse when the other guys do it.
So like, on Xbox's end, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see if Sony.
How about price hacks are bad? Price hikes are bad no matter who does it.
Microsoft really genuinely responding to these rising prices in hardware components, and how much is it them?
Yeah, he's a paid Nintendo shill.
You know, plenty of.
This is Arlo the Muppet. He gets Nintendo games for free. He is paid by the company with sponsorships to sweep for it. I like to listen to him cover Nintendo news. My viewers, not so much.
This could be just kind of.
Sorry, Dingus was playing Hunt Down the Free Man. I want him to suck my dick, so I'm gonna lurk here and watch him. That's fine.
But if any of this at all
Thank you for stopping by.
is like legitimate,
Thank you for lurk.
Like if it's true that the hardware really is just becoming that absurdly expensive to produce,
I like that I read that dick sucking part with a straight face.
Like, the Switch 2 is gonna go up in price again very soon. You know, like if Xbox
hey, look, sure, it doesn't affect me.
By $150,
make it up even more.
On top of all of the other previous increases, then like.
If you still don't have your Switch 2, you don't want it enough. You do not want it enough.
Price by 50. None of us are lucky in this situation at all. But like, it kind of feels like 50 was us getting off easy. At least when you look at it the right way. And it
we're getting off with only a $50 price hike.
Inevitable and
thank you, Nintendo.
Very soon. I don't know if maybe Nintendo, they're okay because they stockpiled so many systems for the first year. I don't know, but like, yeah. Xbox is raising prices by 150. 150. It feels inevitable. Nintendo's gonna have to throw at least another 50 on there.
Dingo was such a shill. He was on Switch 3 limited run one he got from that one uncle in Nintendo. I do not like limited run.
Raising the prices nearly as much as they are raising.
Okay, we get it. They're not as bad as the other companies. God damn, end the video.
I really don't
we get
know.
it.
As always, we get very mixed messaging from them. Wait and see what Sony does, what Nintendo does. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I'll make a video about it yet, but there is this idea going around that it could be that the whole like price, the RAM shortages, it could be kind of a big price fixing kind of scandal. It could be that the prices have been kind of artificially inflated. I'm not really sure. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but I guess we will see. That would be nice. That would be nice if we somehow discovered that the problem is worse than it needs to be, and if that could help it be not as bad. Okay, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be a start.
Oh man, he really started looping near the end. Man, you know, like, okay, like Xbox and Sony did it, and like, I know what people are gonna say, Nintendo raised the prices too, but guys, it's okay when Nintendo did it, because when Nintendo did it, they only did it by $50, so it's actually not the same thing when you consider that Sony has raised it by $150, which is essentially 3 times the amount of the money that Nintendo is charging more for after the price. We get it, bro. We get it. Hello, Green Gorilla. Do you think Splatoon 4 will be over or under $100? Knowing them and how they know their audience, I think that'll be an $80 game. In the same vein as like Mario Kart World and the new Fire Emblem. I think they know they can get away with that. Should they be able to get away with that? Probably not. But in the business world, I think they would be silly if they didn't price it at that price point. I'd be surprised if it was $70. This guy pretended to be a puppet dingus. We have to be patient with him. He's a puppet! Alright, we have another one. I think this is about the gaming layoffs. So just a bad news week for Arlo overall.
Bad news, even like coming from one source, so often just heaps up into such huge piles. We get so much of it all at the same time. I'm starting to think that this is a tactic on the part of these companies.
Demoralization tactic.
Their thinking is, instead of like a bunch of individual bad PR days, could it be either like, let's just
this is a Sony physical disc thing.
At the same time, you know, just like,
it's not the Xbox video.
There's got to be a maximum amount of angry we can cause,
I forgot he's gonna cry about this too.
Then you get it all.
Price hikes, layoffs, and physical disc. Goddamn, triple header from Arlo tonight.
Coming from Sony recently. PS6 is going to be upwards of $1,000. They just did like some investors meeting or something, and all of the senior staff kind of outlined the future of the brand. Horrifying. Just horrifying stuff. Like, just doubling down on every bad, short-sighted decision of the last however many years. We're all in on live service. We're all in on AI. And then today...
All 2 oranges connected, we're in.
Sony
we win. Go for it. 2 down.
They're done with physical games. Yeah. In 2028, they are doing away with physical games, and we have reason to believe that 2028 is going to, you know, be the launch of the PlayStation 6, suggesting that it's not going to use physical games. It's probably going to launch without a disc drive. They are going all digital. The all digital future is basically just about here. And, I mean...
Also, another anti-backwards compatibility talking point that I've not really, you know, realized until now. If it's backwards compatible with PS5 and hopefully PS4, like, can you really do that much for us? Any physical PS5 game you have without a disc slot, you won't get your backwards compatibility through that. So, Safa, if you bought your PS5 games physically, like moi, well, most of them anyway, even if they allow backwards compatibility digitally, you're not going to get your backwards compatibility with any digital games, physical games that you have. It's kind of lame.
I mean, okay, just to step back just for 1 second before we get to just the horror of the words that I just spoke. Again, when it rains, it pours. This comes
When it rains, it
immediately
pours.
after we have them announcing that they're shutting down the PS3 and Vita online stores. Really funny to try to sell us an all-digital future. By the way, one of the previous digital stores is going down. And then, apparently they have delisted like 500 movies and
Honestly thought they were
shows
closed down
from their
already.
digital storefront, like just even if you bought them, just like doesn't
Oh yeah,
matter,
the movies
they're gone
thing.
now. And unlike with games, usually where if the
Yeah, 2 people from Orange disconnected. You never see this in Tricolor unless someone disconnects. Look at 10% Orange. Oh, they gave up. I think for me, the most worrisome thing from the announcement is the monopoly of the pricing for the games. Someone posted a really good example. Now, you can say what you want about MGS Delta, but someone posted that it was still $70 on the PSN store, whereas you can go to Amazon and get a brand new copy physical for like 25 bucks. Obviously, having a digital-only feature means Sony can control the prices and set the prices to whatever they want. You can't really circumvent that. Can't go to like Best Buy or go online to Amazon or something and get a better deal.
store goes down, at least you can
They're gonna want you to
re-download
sub
your
up to
purchases,
PS Plus for the
for
discounts.
foreseeable future. No, in the case of movies and stuff, no, they're removed from your library. You just do not own them and cannot access them anymore. So all of this at the same time.
Yeah, the digital
and
cokes
then they
hate
announced
that.
They're doing away with physical media completely.
Meanwhile, all my media is digital since like 2018. Suffer me.
What can
You
even
prepared for the
say?
dystopian future?
What can you even say? This is, I mean, it's getting downright dystopian. You know, like this is certainly something that I'm gonna have to do a full-blown video about. I mean, the whole state of the industry. Things are getting so bad. Things are getting so bad across just like every possible sector. And then Sony just cruising in, being like, by the way, folks, no more physical media. And of course, like they've won. They've won the war, the console war. It's over.
Absolute Sony
Xbox
dub.
is out. Speaking of Xbox, there's
Arlo
also
just
a
said
rumor, it's not
Nintendo is
confirmed
kneeled.
yet, but there is also a rumor that the Helix is also not going to have a disc drive and is also going to be all digital. So
Well,
there
yeah,
go.
did
But
you
even
think
just,
it would?
Not even considering that for a moment, Sony has won. You can't exactly call it a
Sony has
monopoly, but
felted
it's
the
pretty darn
detractors.
close. They own basically all of the non-Nintendo, now you can just call it non-Nintendo console market. So them saying we're doing away with physical media is basically killing physical media all in one go. Like, Sony owns it. They own the market.
Own it!
So,
Own
like,
your shit!
This just means the end of physical media for, like, video games.
Yeah,
No,
you're
not
looping.
exactly.
You're looping.
And again, you know, you do have Nintendo.
Lupin the Third?
That is still a thing, definitely, and they seem to be, you know, reasonably, apart from game key cards, reasonably dedicated to producing.
Oh, they
physical
caught me
media, at least
fast.
for first-party Nintendo games. But at least in
What
just
about
the broad
Procopia, Arlo?
third-party multi-plat sector,
That doesn't
PC
count.
is already mostly digital, so yeah, that's just kind of it. That's just kind of the end. Sony announcing this. That's it. Boxed games in stores is just not really going to be a thing anymore. I mean, I assume they'll still be shipping boxes to the stores, but they'll just be codes. That's what GTA 6 is doing. And I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Sony kind of being like, okay, well, we
And
weren't
codes in a
looking
box gonna be
forward to
phased
the
out
day
too.
when we had to
That
announce
shit is
this,
just like
but
weaning
GTA
people
6
in, winning the
announcing
stragglers
that,
into
you
the
know,
digital future
biggest, most
by doing code in the
anticipated
box
game
still.
release basically of all time is going to be a code in the box forever. No disc coming ever.
Not even a fucking
Was it like
manual.
a week ago. I think this seems very very
But we crossed that
purposeful,
event
very
horizon
strategic
years
move
ago.
by Sony to wait about a week and then just be like, oh hey, so now that you're warmed up to that idea, now that the idea of buying it, you know, now that we know that
New
basically
Splatoon,
every
July
single
23rd.
human on this planet is going to buy this game, they've already said we're okay buying a game.
We're to play with
if it's just a
Ann.
code in the box, as long as we want the game enough. Okay, well now that we've established that, we are a little bit more comfortable announcing they're all going to be codes in a box going forward. And looking into this, it seems that the vast majority of their customers were already buying digital anyway.
Dude, you're mocking me.
The temptation is to be like,
Busted
well,
him.
maybe this will just blow up in their face. You know, what about all those people who are just like staunch physical collectors? Well, they're just gonna lose.
They're gonna
that
kneel,
crowd.
is what they're gonna do.
Not really. No, I mean, up to like 80% of their sales have been digital. The adoption rate has just been climbing and climbing.
I think if enough people don't like it, the numbers will show and Sony will be forced to backtrack. I really think that is possible. I think there's a chance that Sony can cuck and kneel, unless the majority just don't care enough. That's the thing that'll hold back. Yeah, that's the thing that'll prevent that and hold that pushback, is if the news cycle kind of passes and people don't, if people shut up about it and they don't keep pressing it, it will just be a case of that, where if people don't care enough, they're just gonna allow it to they're just gonna let it happen. If you roll over and let them rape you, they'll just do it. Maybe games will be cheaper since they don't have to make physical discs. But yeah, right. That's what they told us when they introduced digital games in the first place.
Climbing. So yeah, I think there's plenty of time for further.
So the games will be cheaper,
analysis
right?
later, but I think they're going to be okay if only 20% of their customers were buying physical anyway. And let's face it, a good percentage of those people will switch over to digital if that's what it takes to keep buying video games. They won't be happy about it, but they probably will do it. Leaving probably a very, very small fraction of people who are just going to nope.
I think if people are successful and they keep pressing them on it and they don't shut up about it and they walk it back, it's gonna reflect really poorly.
Out completely.
It's gonna be really embarrassing if they can't commit to it and they have to walk it back.
Sony is doing this. I do get it, and yeah, sure, we can go over the greater implications and why and how and all that stuff later. Yeah, definitely.
Cheaper digital games can't happen. Thanks,
video.
Walmart.
But at least
is it on price parity or we won't bother stocking your
just-
games? Yeah.
It's just shocking. It's just kind of like, it shouldn't be shocking. I know this is kind of a theme recently. It's just like, all of this makes perfect sense. I shouldn't.
Which is very petty of Walmart to say that, because sometimes you just go to Walmart and the games are like physically $10 cheaper there, like just because. They're a loss leader.
I am.
Yet they're over here asking for parity. That shit ain't. That's not parity.
Kind of viewed the all digital future as kind of this like far away thing. We know it's coming, but like not now, right? Just some nebulous future time. But in retrospect, we probably should have anticipated that at least just next generation. You know, like they already made discless versions of current gen consoles, so like why would they not? And yeah, with hardware prices rising, blah blah blah, why would they not just make next gen the one where they do away with discs entirely? It makes perfect sense now, and yet that doesn't make it any easier to see.
Dude, HD DVD. You know? I was around for that. I don't even remember it.
The sentence, the words, the concept.
That shit must have existed for like a couple of months.
Sony is doing away with physical media. They are no longer producing discs for their consoles. They are no longer producing consoles with disc drives at all. It's just like it's just such a massive and devastating development in the history of video games. Like this is something that we can't go back from this, you know? Like it really is a sign of the end times for the poor industry. Like this is a really, really, really big deal. This represents just another really dramatic degradation in the art of video games, in the entire video game industry. And of course, it is just a symptom of a greater problem in the industry, which itself is just a reflection of the greater problem that we are seeing in the entire world right now. There's a lot that could be said about the industry and where
I say
it's
just cover up
going,
Orange.
But yeah, for now, I guess we do have to just kind of leave it there. You know, the rest, we can either say it later or
hey,
it goes without
Thank you.
saying. This is...
We're winning.
Crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. It's just like, I mean, like, this is one of those, like, where were you?
What is the orange ink
Sony
for?
Announced that they were no longer selling physical games. It's really one of those.
I was getting my 7-Eleven small Slurpee. That's what I was doing. Microsoft barely remembers you can't even use the HD DVD on the 360 anymore. They removed the support many years ago. Yeah, you had the accessory you could buy. MS is so lucky they jumped a year early. External HD DVD drive had the same proprietary design as the internal. We could have had 360 launch as HD DVD. Dude, that would have affected the whole fucking lifespan of the system. I guess they could have made the later Elite models, like, incompatible. I'd be okay with physical becoming an even more niche market, so long as licenses were protected and forced to be perpetually owned by the consumer. They would never. You got a license for that video game? Yes, I have a license. This allows me to create content with it. As my content, I own it. You can't illegally restream it. This is my content that I have created using a proprietary work created by a team of people over in California, but it's mine because I paid the $6 license fee. Next one. Nintendo might be fixing the Switch 2's biggest problem. I don't know what he means by that. 5 minutes, though.
Here's a nice little rumor for you. Some
rumor.
Actual good news, always nice. There's a rumor
slow news day. Let's report on fake news.
Update the screen on the Switch 2. Now I know
let me guess. I have to buy a whole new one.
Has been able to see with their own eyes, but basically Nintendo kind of cheaped out on the display on the Switch 2. And I don't just mean, you know, going with a LCD instead of OLED. I've always felt like it would be nice if it was an OLED, but I don't know. I think it already looks pretty good in terms of like color and then sharpness and all that stuff. The real problem is that the refresh rate on the screen is just very, very poor. So when you're playing the right kind of game and moving the camera in the right way, there's like this ghosting effect where you're seeing the ghost of like several frames behind, which is especially disappointing for the Switch 2 because, you know, like Metroid Prime 4, you can play it at 120 FPS on your screen. So they're like, you know, one of the selling points of their system is that it can do these super high frame rates, but then they put a screen on it that can't really handle very high frame rates without producing this ghosting.
Both are ours.
It really does vary from game to game. Again, a lot of people don't even know.
I haven't played it in handheld mode long enough to notice this ghosting. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
It is a little bit disappointing. Some games do look just a bit blurry, and really, I would just say the main disappointment is it seems that
I just realized due to the toss, if Phil came back to Twitch, wouldn't the trackers have a problem? Yeah, it is explicitly stated in the toss that you cannot harass other content creators on the platform, which I think might have affected Tevin during his time here, which is why we had that period prior to 2022 in which Tevin was focused more on his content and like go out of his way not to talk about DSP, because like Phil was on the platform at the time. Cyril!
I'm guided by the emblems.
Hi, Cyril. Welcome in. Hi, Cyril. Hi, Cyril. Hi, Cyril. Hi, Cyril. Hi, Cyril. Welcome in, guys. Guys, it's Cyril. Hi, Cyril. I'm playing Splatoon. Dinga Schnitzel. I'm grinding the new event while listening to videos. Thank you for the raid and with the party at 30. I hope you had a good stream. Hello, Awesome Night. Hello, Cyril. I am drunk and need to go to sleep. Were you doing karaoke? Or did I blink? I wasn't there the whole stream. Were you singing? I could understand it.
My goodness.
Thank you, Ray, for the follow. I've seen you around. Hello. I think I saw you earlier today. Thank you for the follow. Hold up. I'm gonna shout people out. I'm gonna shout people out. Give me 1 second. Give me some. Ow! Wait, I think we won anyway. Hello, Ray. Hello, Awesome Night. Hello, sad_homeless man. Oh, what a name. I can vibe with a name like that. She was doing karaoke, yes. Hello, Pappendeckle. And everybody else coming in. My name is Swollen Dingus. I'm down here in the corner. Hi, hello, down here. I like Nintendo games and retro games. Today, I'm not playing a retro game, but I am playing a Nintendo game. I'm playing with fellow chatter in the chat, Ivan Cypher. We're grinding the new event. But, hi. I'm not flipping the audience off, I promise. Get a shout out. No, please go. If you got a raid to run, I get it. Like, absolutely, go do what you got to do. I cannot spell your name. I always give people a clip, so let's get a Cyril clip.
El Pato! We have...
Is this you right now? Is that your state of mind right now? Guys, if you like Germans, if you like gachas, you might enjoy the comedic antics of Cyril. It's a very nice, lovely lady. Always live in the morning for me, it feels like. Go check her out. She needs to check herself out. Please, go get some rest. Go walk around first, get some exercise. Go get something to eat. I think you drank enough, personally. I usually say get something to drink. I think you've had enough. Go get something to eat. Do not get anything else to drink unless it's a glass of water. Walk around and walk it off, and then sleep it off. Now, we'd be happy to keep you and anybody else coming in company, but don't let us keep you from a good time if you got to skedaddle. That's what I always say. I'm going to be here grinding until me and my bud reach the maximum rank here. I am not good in Splatoon. We're also watching videos in the background to alleviate the stress of me playing this game. It's so stressful, guys. Oh, my God. Alright, good night, Cyril. Seriously, everybody go check her out. I guess I gotta go check her stream. I gotta listen to her karaoke. Well, big ups everybody who wants to stick around. I am not good in this game, but I will do my best to be some form of entertaining. I'm keeping an eye on DSP's Twitch channel to see if he re-enables it, unless he picked up the permanent delete option. I think you can close it and then reopen it whenever you want, but it'll have a different message than if you permanently close the account. I don't know what your favorite Fire Emblem is. Fire Emblem... I'm very sloppy, guys. I've only... Okay, here's the thing. I got into Fire Emblem with Smash on 3DS, right? And then I played Awakening, and I played every game since then. I am going back to play the older ones. I recently did Binding Blade with the fan patch translation. I really enjoyed it. I gotta do the later GBA ones, and then the ones on GameCube and Wii, and all that. I know. I've been called not a tourist. I think the tourists are the people who start with 3 houses. I'm a newbie, is what I was called. I really like Fates, okay? Now, you can chop my head off. I kind of have a little bit of nostalgia for Fates. Dingus is a true fan who watches streamers play all the Fire Emblem. That's not even true. Like, I watch Goon and GPM play Fire Emblem. He likes censored games. But no, all the ones older than that, like the GBA ones and Ike's games, I've not played. I am aware of them due to cultural osmosis and discussion and whatnot. And I'm aware of the characters too, because I play the gacha. So the characters from those games appear there, and you can learn about their stories and shit. The writing isn't particularly deep. It's not too difficult for me to understand. Splatoon 3 is so stressful. We're chilling by having Arlo stresses out with his terrible takes. True. And we're listening to a Muppet Man complain about the game industry. Oh my god, this orange guy. I got him! We're in! We're all gonna get laid! All 4 down. If you like Germans, if you like gacha, wait, when you say this, is this a parody of if you like X, please support the stream, and if you like not? No, it's just I'm advertising the streamer. I usually pick a couple of bullet points about the content, and then I say check them out if you like them. I'm cross-promoting people that I watch and I enjoy and like, you guys. I see what part is swollen. True. These things right here, these things right here. Oh, I gotta raise it up a bit. Right there, right here. Oh, ooh, oog.
This screen isn't even as good as
we're watching this guy.
The original Switch, and that's where
This is
everyone is
Arlo.
just purely confused.
He's a
by
Muppet
this.
who talks
Just,
about
like,
Nintendo.
No idea why this happened at all. Not even as good as the original Switch when it comes to just the
Swish?
the refresh rate.
They call it the
system's
Swish?
ability
The
to
refresh rate?
the image on the screen. The original Switch did not have a ghosting problem like this. So anyway, all that to say, the rumor is that Nintendo is going to be changing the screen. Right now, the screen is made by a company called InnoLux. But there have been
so if you bought the Switch 2 early, you got felted.
Start getting,
at least you got it before the price hike.
Sharp. These images show a different circuit, connector, and cables. Basically, just it's clearly a new screen. It's clearly a new display. Which
those things don't work on a Shy Guy. The Booba.
Fixing this problem. Now, there's nothing solid coming out of this yet, so technically we don't know that it is necessarily an
It's not even confirmed. He's basically telling us fake news.
However, it would be weird of them to update it in some way that was not helpful in some...
But the real lore to the new viewers is that I'm secretly the Shy Guy in the Shy Gal's Booba, and I control her as my avatar with the power of imaginary mechanical devices that you can't see. She's basically like a mech. It's my mech suit. I'm actually the little guy in the Booba. This is not Cope. This has always been the lore. We don't have much lore to us, but if there's one thing I stay jokingly consistent on, it's that. Now, don't ask about the stream yesterday where the Shy Guy wasn't present. I already told you. I was inside the character. I was behind the mask.
Way.
Yeah, that's why I have a big head.
Sort of.
I have a big head in real life too.
Imagine that it's gonna be an improvement in some way. We really don't know. Another thing we're not sure of is like, is this going to be replacing all of the models, or because they have to produce a new model in Europe, because now they have to comply with the law that says people have to be able to change
I heard about
batteries.
that.
So they basically have to design.
They have to like re-release the Switch 2 in Europe.
Region with a replaceable battery. Is this going to go into those models because they're already kind of like shaking up how those are put together, or is this going to go in every model? I mean, I don't know.
I think it's a good excuse to put the new screens with those models.
I don't know why they wouldn't put it in every model, but again,
it seems kind of common sense to me.
For sure. All we know right now is that there's a good chance that the screen is being changed. It is just going to be a different screen, a different panel.
No, I'm not Mega Man.
Hooked into the system in a somewhat different way. And I'm certainly not.
I still have the older model.
Here. You know, again, it's not an OLED display.
I used to have a redeem to bring out the older Shy Guy model. That was one. Okay, Ann made that model. He took a model of Mario Party 7 Bandit and recolored it and gave it like new textures to resemble a Shy Guy. And that was my model for a long time. Mainly like late 2022, I was rocking it. And then Ludwig rigged the Shy Gal model. The reason why I got rid of the redeem to switch to the old model is because it doesn't work with the current redeems I have set up. So I could swap to it, but the proportions will be off. Like, the Shy Guy is so much bigger than the Shy Gal. He takes up like a third of the screen, and shrinking him down is possible, but it then affects the redeems that I have set up, and then I have to swap them back whenever I swap back to the Shy Lady. Not a light bulb hit. No.
Is still very old technology.
Who told you that?
But yeah, apart from the ghosting problem, I am actually pretty decently happy with the display on the Switch 2. Yeah, it would be better if it were...
The lore of where Dingus found the model. I didn't find the model. Ludwig found it, and I don't know where he found it, actually. He DM'd me and said, look, I have this model, and I rigged it for you. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, thanks, buddy.
But like, I don't know, it still looks pretty good. They've still been able to wring a lot of good color and stuff out of it. So yeah, I don't know. Even if this was not different at all, except for fixing the refresh rate, the ghosting issue, I'd be happy with that. Would I settle for an improvement?
Thank you for the hydrate.
Even if not a complete
I'm almost settled with my first Slurpee. I gotta get my other one. My other Slurpee.
Kind of game, and I move the camera in the right kind of way, and I like take a picture of my screen. Yeah, I'll see a good 3 or 4.
To the Cyril Raiders, if you're an American and not a German like her, you can go to any 7-Eleven right now, today, 7-Eleven convenience store, and get your free small Slurpee. Not a sponsor. I'm just literally telling you the factual truth of the matter.
images, like after images, on top of the one I'm looking at. So, yeah, I don't know. Would I settle for like one, one or two ghost images? That technically would be an improvement.
Oh, Austrian? I'm sorry.
for the eye to catch. I really don't
thought
know.
German.
But I don't know. We'll have to wait.
No
and see.
one corrected me. All right, what a worthless video. Arlo commenting on rumors that aren't even true yet. Well, I guess all rumors aren't true. They could be true. The paradox of rumors. Yeah, mountain German. See, look, close, pretty much close enough. This next video is entitled...
All right, we got good news.
Metroid what? This is Arlo responding to Brazil leaking the next Metroid game, which is actually he refers to this as a rumor, but it is actually reality. Brazil, literally the country of Brazil, leaked the existence of the next 2D Metroid. It's going to be called Metroid Ravenous, and I think it's called Ravenous because Ravenbeak is back. Yeah, things could change. They could change the name of the game or the title. I think, oh wow, another 2D Metroid is existing. It's not really a shocker. But Metroid Dread was 2021. It was actually a long time ago. Like, that feels like a game, like, if I talked to you about that game, you'd think it would be, like, 2 or 3 years ago. No, that game is, like, coming up 5 years. So, yeah.
News, and we got bad news. We'll start with the bad news. It seems very likely that the existence of yet another high-profile Nintendo game has leaked.
What's weird is people are also leaking that Super Metroid is getting a remake.
I know, it's such a bummer. It would just,
at the same time as this. So we're gonna have 2 2D Metroid games?
Surprise to see in perhaps the September Nintendo
They both can't be by
Direct.
Mercury's
It
team,
would have
right?
been incredible. Poor Nintendo. They just can't get a handle on these leaks. So what's going on? Just spoiling the fun for everybody.
I wonder if Metroid Ravenous is planned for this year.
Disappointing. And if you don't want spoilers,
that's the November title to go up against GTA 6. Could you imagine? Metroid fans would be so felted.
I don't think it's possible, but if you want to try, then you get off now, and maybe if they do announce it in September, maybe you'll be okay. Just getting off the internet completely until then. So anyway, that's the bad news. But the good news is...
Yeah, Dave delayed it. He was too scared to play Metroid.
Okay. All right.
They don't do well on my stream?
The next Metroid game seems to have been leaked. And the sad thing is, like, I don't know. It's one thing when when Nate the Hate or some random person is just like, I just heard this. It's just like, just somebody heard.
Does he
it from
hate
somebody.
Nate the Hate?
You know, like games are.
What's the deal there?
So many.
He's
people.
right. Like,
So
bro's got the secret source. I'm sorry, Arlo.
Even sort of related.
I'm
to
sorry
the
you
production
can't
of
be the one to
project,
announce the
saying
leaked
something to
games.
someone. So, you know, like, that's one thing. But when it's coming from something of an official source, that's always so unfortunate. When it's just like somebody posting something somewhere when they shouldn't have, it's just like, how are you even supposed to avoid that kind of thing? And this leak right here, you probably won't guess where this came from. Well, it came from from Brazil's Ministry of Justice and Public Security System website.
It doesn't even make sense.
The Brazilian government, because apparently they handle game ratings, like
yeah, we on Team Speed.
Classifications. They do that officially.
Where's Team Coke and Team Weed at?
Channels, and I don't know.
You got your Slurpee, big ups. Was it Coke?
Just like scouring.
You got that Coke on him?
Scouring every piece of the internet for Nintendo news and rumors. I don't know who found this, but somebody found it, and they snapped a screenshot, and it has since been removed, so it really does seem legit.
It's real. It's real. It must be. It's true.
It is the title for the next Metroid game. Technically, the name could change.
Yeah, the name isn't set in stone. I think it's funny if it's referencing if it's referencing Ravenbeak.
Nintendo of America, and yes, the name would suggest that this is a brand new title. You know, we have been wondering. Well, I mean, we can't say for sure, but I have felt pretty darn confident that that Mercury Steam has probably been working on a new Metroid game. We just didn't know if it was going to be another original one or like a remake of Super. Like both seemed.
He said it's grabbing it, not that he grabbed it. I speed read it.
More inclined to believe
I'm on
that
Team
it's
Speed,
a Super
idiot.
remake. Although now I think that was probably just pessimism. I just didn't want to get my hopes up because realistically, if it's been 5 years since Dread, okay, it probably wouldn't take them 5-6 years to make a remake of Super.
I'm a Team Speed
so
chat. I've speed read all my manga.
There's a good chance it would be another original title.
And then I get the lore wrong.
This title, if correct, if accurate, if this is the original title, it is basically confirmation that it is going to be a brand new game in the Metroid series. Metroid 6, as it were. So that is already exciting. Okay, like that already makes this a really awesome piece of news. A really just an excellent, a primo grade A rumor.
Splatoon is like the best. Listen to Arlo in the background gaming. True, actually true. This is in Toontown for me.
This is enough to make my day, and it's not been a great day. Sony just announced they're doing away with physical media. I just got done recording that video. That's bad news. This right here.
Oh yeah, we just listened to that one. It was pretty bad.
Here's the thing, though. If the title of this game, you know, like they already used Dread, you know, they already had like the title, the name, Bombshell. So I'm like, okay, like what could they name? What could they name?
They probably have multiple teams at EB. Well, I don't know how big the company is.
Game names, they're usually just like, it'll just be like Metroid Rising.
They don't have any other team that handles 2D Metroid. It would have to be them.
No, here you go. So I guess technically we're in like spoiler territory if any of you didn't play Dread. The title being given here is Metroid Ravenous.
Ooh.
Metroid Ravenous. Kane sent me
Samus about to turn into a bird in this one.
He sends me bits of
birds.
News, so I often I hear it from him first, and he sent me a screenshot of like a tweet about it or something. And when I read that name, like no kidding, just like goosebumps. Just like I was like standing in the kitchen and I was looking at my phone and like just for like 10 seconds, just like goosebumps just washed over my body. That name is so incredibly evocative, so suggestive. I mean, it's already a cool name. Like that's just Metroid Ravenous. Like what? Like,
what could that
Metroid
mean?
Dread? Like this really is starting to feel like a horror series. Like that's awesome. But here's the thing, though. In the actual context of the game and the story and where Samus is in her story, the point of Metroid Dread is it's kind of a continuation of the story as set up in Fusion, where her suit was kind of like infected with Metroid DNA. So throughout the course of Metroid
we're sweaty
Dread,
in that one.
This DNA is kind of like awakening. And that's
I have never heard someone describe feeling this way just from hearing the video game's title. That's Arlo for you. I have no idea how they survived to make Lords of Shadow. Before that, they made Scrapland, Clive Barker's Jericho, the Bad 360, PS3, FPS. I've heard of that by title only. I don't know what the gameplay is like. We just called it an FPS. I've never seen gameplay of that. Mercury Steam did make American McGee's Scrapland back in the day. 2021 also had a remaster only on Windows.
It's basically how she ends up being able to beat Ravenbeak at the end, is because the Metroid DNA fully wakes up. So she, at the very, very end, you get it's the best. I could go on. Like, I have to, try not. I think it's one of the best.
He's gonna spoil the whole
game ever. It was
He's spoiling games.
Coolest thing. The Metroid suit. Now she has the Metroid suit, and that's the whole ending of the game. And so, basically, you beat Ravenbeak and you get off the planet, but the
where does the story continue from there?
That, okay, well,
the player is aware. The player understands. The player knows.
Metroid game, it is going to be about how Samus now is living with fully, she's basically a Metroid. She is a Metroid person walking around. She is part human, part Chozo, and now part or fully Metroid on top of that. So like obviously that's gonna be
them jeans are fucked up, buddy.
Obviously, that's the kind of thing that you can wrap a whole game around. That's going to inform the story. It's going to inform the mechanics. You imagine you're probably going to be
like sucking Metroid powers
and taking their powers. And so seeing that the title of the new game is Metroid Ravenous. Ooh, it's
she's gonna be eating the fuck out of everything and everyone.
Similar to Metroid Prime 3 being called Corruption. The Phazon is kind of taking over and changing her, and that's kind of what Corruption is about. So this is very similar
war
to
game.
That.
She turns into Kirby,
but just ravenous. So like all at once.
I'm surprised he's not mentioning Ravenbeak. I thought it was more like alluding to Ravenbeak coming back. Somehow Ravenbeak has returned.
Metroid does not just have the ability to
I get it, you don't pronounce it like Ravenous, but the Raven being there, I think, is deliberate.
She is losing control, and she is ravenous. This suggests that this is not something that she can do. It may be something she has to do. Metroids feed on the energy of other life forms that they have.
He really wants the Samus Vor game. Dude, the art coming out is gonna be fucked up.
And now Samus herself is a Metroid. Whoa. I like it. Oh.
Whoa, dude, he's turned on. Whoa, guys, he's bricked up. He gave us the fucking horse sputter. What do you mean? Let's walk that back a bit.
You basically suck and kill other life forms.
He wants to be sucked.
And now Samus herself is a Metroid. Whoa. I like it. Oh, I really like
I bet you do, buddy.
I'm already excited about the next chapter about Samus being a Metroid. But Metroid Ravenous. Ooh, it's so cool. No, I'm not even kidding.
Biggest Metroid fan over here,
15
Arlo.
seconds. I just sat there just being like, ooh, I can't remember exactly.
Didn't finish
what I was
Prime
doing,
4.
Let's just imagine I was like halfway through flipping an egg.
Oh, babe, that might be the next video we go to.
Spatula, and I was about to turn it over, and I looked at my phone. Oh boy. So yeah, we really don't know when, if this is real. We don't know when it would be announced. I would certainly hope soon. Yeah. Again,
I'm guessing September Direct, final game reveal.
Since Metroid Dread, so I can hope that this gets announced. Perhaps, for example, in a September Nintendo Direct. I mean, generally, when you're getting these kinds of classifications, it usually means you're getting close to the end. That's usually when games get ratings.
True.
When they're
Makes
just
sense.
Done. But I don't know. I really don't know.
You guys.
If a game is announced in September, I don't know if I could imagine it's going to come out in the same year. I guess it technically could. There was a pretty short turnaround between the announcement, the release of.
Yeah, also the biggest Pikmin fan and the biggest Paper Mario fan.
I don't know. Maybe early next year, maybe spring or something. Not sure, but I am excited. I'm very excited. Metroid 6. We could be getting Metroid 6 soon. Oh, on Switch 2. Oh, it's gonna look so good. Oh, it's gonna look so good. Oh, you guys, it's gonna look so good. I can't wait.
Okay, let's go from that video to a video that a Metroid video in which he is incredibly depressed. This is the one I've been waiting. I've been waiting for for the stream to go on long enough before we go on into this one. This is the longest one so far. This is the one everyone's been waiting for. He was too scared to review Metroid Prime 4 at launch. The title of the video. They fucking screwed up Metroid Prime 4 and I'm devastated. 22 minutes. It's actually not that long.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
Oh, I bet it was.
I've
look at him! Look at him! Look at him!
Something to admit.
He's sad.
I haven't finished Metroid Prime 4 yet.
Oh my god! What a fucking shock! I have not pre-watched this. When this came out, Seru, I added Seru, I added UNF, I added everybody. I was like, okay, guys, it's out. I am not going to watch this until I see it on stream. I haven't seen a single second of it. Does that shock you at all? I just said he didn't finish it. I had no, like, smoking gun proof that he didn't finish it. I just said he didn't finish it. I pretty much, like, lied. Guess what? He actually didn't finish it. He has not finished the game. I finished the game in a single 24-hour sitting for you guys, because I like ya. But guys, he's supposed to be the biggest Metroid fan. You just heard him in that video get fucking bricked up over Metroid Ravenous. He has not even finished Metroid Prime 4.
You may have come here looking for a review, but
it's
unfortunately,
too late for one.
This is not a review. You want to know why? Why I waited so many years for this game? I was so incredibly excited to play it, and now, over half a year later, I haven't even finished it yet? Because I'm scared to.
He's scared.
Okay, I've played maybe half the game, maybe even less, more like a third. And the overwhelming critical consensus, even among people who, like, don't hate the game, is that it completely falls off in the second half. I hear it from everybody. The second half is like everything that's wrong with the game. It becomes a mess. And
the robot was cool.
I stand by
but he
what
was
I said
kind of
in
like
my first impressions video. I think the opening
hour
by the
of numbers.
Metroid Prime 4 is beautiful, stunning, a work of art. I mean, I guess I can't even call it the first hour. It probably only took me an hour in terms of art design, music, atmosphere, visual fidelity on the Switch 2. I found those opening moments to be an otherworldly experience. I crept through these
and then
places,
Miles came in.
just drinking
and then Miles
every
came in.
little detail. It was everything I could want and more. And even beyond the opening areas, so much of the game up to and including getting the Samus cycle, I just think on an artistic level,
everyone loved the factory area,
space and color
except
and
Phil.
Sound and the music. I think it's a real.
You don't really get areas like that,
of course,
at least in the Metroid games that I've played.
Overshadowed by all the controversy.
It was a biome that was unique.
There have been some more interesting moments, for sure. Mr. Mackenzie did indeed damage that delicious atmosphere, and mechanically, maybe the game hasn't been
the girl
like,
was worse
super
than Miles
interesting so far. I mean, honestly, I actually kind of like the whole bike thing. I don't know. I don't hate the desert like most people do. Maybe by the end of the game I will.
Red flag number one. He doesn't hate the desert.
So far, I guess I'll save all my thoughts for the full review. Point is, though, even if I can kind of see the.
So it's not even a full review. It's like a review in progress review. I don't think we're ever getting the full review.
Cracks starting to show, you know, I can see where things might be starting to take a turn. For the most part, I've enjoyed my time so far. And when it comes to media, it can be difficult to take each individual piece of something, like a game, and judge them all independently. Often the bad stuff can kind of sour the good stuff in retrospect. So I'm scared to continue. You know, I love.
Okay, now you got your Slurpee.
So much
you got the Coke one. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
I don't want it to fall off in the second half. You know, I don't want to see how things go awry. But Arlo, you may be shouting at the screen. It doesn't matter what people say. It doesn't even matter if there's a consensus. You don't know how you'll feel until you play it for yourself.
That's true. Why are you letting other people's opinions color the game for you, Arlo?
After all, didn't you think Mockingjay...
Fair weather critic, Arlo. He doesn't want to develop his own opinion. He just wants to fucking skinwalk other people's opinions. If he likes it, he should just admit it.
Part 1 was better than Part 2. Well, to all that I say... How did you know that? And also, you're not wrong. Maybe I will be pleasantly surprised and find Metroid Prime 4 enjoyable all the way through. Or at least enjoyable enough that the second half doesn't really spoil the first half.
No, this is new, Eddie B.
But
he waited months to talk about Prime 4.
That's not the only thing
this is new.
Back. It's also just...
This is the latest, one of the two latest videos on the main channel.
You know? And that brings us to the real point of this video.
He delayed the review, the non-review.
To admit this, but I gotta face the facts. They screwed up Metroid Prime 4.
It's not a hot take. I'd respect him more if he defended the game.
Really screwed up Metroid Prime 4. Before we continue discussing disappointing shooty space game, a quick reminder that this video was brought to you by Squarespace. What's that? You need a website, but you've never made one in your entire life. You have no idea.
Tell me all
where
about
to
it, man.
even start. Oh, not a problem, my
Hey,
friend. Creating a website with
I'm playing with
Squarespace
another
could
Ivan.
not possibly be easier. The intuitive builder lets you put together your site however you want, design and embed and arrange and edit to your heart's content.
What do you think the
can even
recommendation is
start
going to
with
be?
a template if you want to make it even
I think it's going to be
easier.
music.
And before
It's
you know
always
it, you will
music. The
have
safest
a
bet.
super slick website. It'll look so good you can use it for your business, whether you're selling stuff or you just need an info page or whatever. Or you can just make something for yourself, something for your hobby, a portfolio, a webcomic, a blog. My site, Arlo Recommends, for instance, is a blog, and running it is just as easy as it was to make it. I just draft up my posts, throw in some links, schedule everything to automatically publish,
basic
and
bitch
post to social media
vlog I've ever
whenever I
seen.
want, and I'm done. Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions if you ever need more, as well as a very nice suite of analytics to keep tabs on how
It's
your
got a
site is
DSP
doing.
level
To
of effort
try out
put into it.
Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. And now
Recommendation.
for today's recommendation.
What is it? Music. Music, music, music.
Parallel Universe 46. On forward
Oh,
is
it's
up to
music.
their old tricks. This is an album of arrangements billed as Nintendo 64 music from a parallel universe. And as with all of this artist's work, it is transcendent. Thanks again to Squarespace. You may continue watching this here video with your eyeballs now. The fact of the matter is
yes.
that the
Thank
vast
you, Muppet
majority
Man.
of people feel the game was ultimately a letdown. Even on the more positive end of the spectrum, you'll get people saying it's good, they enjoyed it enough, despite its flaws. It's practically impossible to find a person who felt it was everything it could have been, who felt it was absolutely worth the wait. Pretty good is like the best it gets. More often you get people in the mixed to negative range, people who feel the game has serious problems, all the way to people who feel it's just downright bad. Just a complete failure of a Metroid game. Overall reception, even among the hardcore fan community, is just not good overall.
I bored to play Metroid Prime 4? No, I finished it.
Enjoy-
I 100%ed it.
Ability is of course subjective, but this is one of those cases where the consensus is very, very strong.
I did the 24-hour stream wherein I beat the game, and then the next stream after, I finished it 100%.
And making a flawed game
I feel like 2
isn't
sessions, then it
necessarily
was
the
done.
end of the
I'll
world.
schedule.
I mean, you want to look at flawed games.
After rotation.
How about Metroid Prime 3? That game's got some serious problems, but I still like it for what it is. The problem here is twofold. One, it is not acceptable to make us wait this long for a game that ends up disappointing. You know, not to
They're
be
doing
an
that now with Elder
entitled
Scrolls
gamer,
6.
But like, to a degree, the customer is kind of entitled to a good product if you want them to buy it. And here, after all this waiting, it's just kind of ridiculous to screw up this badly, to misunderstand or even reject what your audience wants to this extent. I don't want to get too into the design aspect. We've all discussed it plenty, and I have aired many a grievance regarding Kensuke Tanabe, but like, he really messed up here. Maybe other people involved are also to blame. Maybe it's unfair to pin it all on him, but we do know that Nintendo tends to develop games using the auteur model, where 1 or 2 lead producers are given full creative control over their projects. We have observed this pattern of Tanabe specifically going against fan
Tanabe
wishes
just
and
really
creating
liked
a
the
lot of
Galactic
disappointment
Federation
and
Silex.
controversy
Come
in the
on.
process. He has literally admitted he doesn't listen to the fans because he's more focused on surprising us. Yeah, he certainly accomplished that. And he has also gone on record admitting that the desert in Prime 4 was a bad idea, but it was too late to change it. He wanted to do something like an open world, but, you know, you could easily argue that he failed to do that in any context. And then he says that player tastes changed and they didn't want open worlds anymore, you know, completely deflecting the idea that his take on an open world was simply a poor one in the first place and maybe didn't really feel at home in a Metroid game. Again, I've got more thoughts on the desert I'll share in the full review, but he really just did screw up here.
It really is promising it's coming out, huh? Full review.
All the characters yapping in your ear all the time, a goofy comic relief being introduced right at the start of the game, with a whole cast of Federation Marines hogging up precious playtime. It's another case where different people will feel differently, but the overall consensus is that this just isn't appropriate for a Metroid game. When Mr. Mackenzie was first introduced to the world, many believed that it wasn't fair to prematurely judge the game just for trying something new. But the problem, of course, wasn't that this was new. It was that this directly opposed the spirit of Metroid. It suggested that maybe whoever was in charge of the game might not really understand the point of the series. And look at that. Turns out, it really was a red flag worth paying attention to. Between the characters and the desert, and probably plenty of other design stuff too, it seems we were right to be worried. When you have a producer given godlike power who is obsessed with an element that fans have unanimously criticized, it creates problems. I can't speak for every single person, but effectively no one cares about the Federation, and no one wants all these talking characters in a Metroid game. But Tanabe insisted, which leads us to
his
the
vision,
other side
bro.
of the problem. Again, a flawed game isn't the end of the world, but
yeah,
it's
something,
much
whatever Miyamoto
worse
said
when
that
the
one time.
fans have waited
A bad game is good forever.
So many years for it, and it is a much
good
bigger
game
issue in today's gaming landscape.
Delayed game is good
to be
eventually.
fair, it was difficult to predict that things would get this bad this quickly. Maybe if the game had a standard dev time and launched in like 2022, things wouldn't have been so bad. But it didn't launch in 2022, did it? It launched in 2025, and that shouldn't have made all the difference, but it absolutely did. I won't bore you with the details. You know exactly what I mean here. You know exactly what's happened to gaming discourse on the internet. You know what's happened to Nintendo discourse in particular.
Oh my god, he's gonna blame the fans for being too toxic and negative.
There are plenty of reasons to criticize Nintendo, absolutely, blah, blah, blah.
Why does this have to make its way into the non-review?
Hiccup and bump in the road is blown up into a massive controversy. As I said, I might even defend Metroid Prime 4's Desert at...
I hate that we can't talk about this because the fans are so toxic about it. Toxic. They're so toxic.
least to a degree. I don't think it's as bad as most people tend to claim. But
he's just talking about his comment section.
This empty open world is all
he hates when they call him a shill.
And then Nintendo locking the ability to listen to alternate music in this desert, which would have been seen as like a minor annoyance in years past, is another massive scandal. Controversies aren't new. Unhappy players aren't new.
Well, they should have just had that being unlockable. You could unlock in the game by, reaching a certain percentage.
And in the past,
100% the game for music?
found that internet drama doesn't always affect
Most Nintendo games have that. We can
actual
unlock the
sales.
amiibo feature
But
some other way.
I think in this case, we may have reason to believe that it has.
Yeah, go chew on a brownie,
Hype does
Arlo.
drive sales. Early sales, in particular, are often driven by that hype. Metroid Dread is a relatively short game, kind of a hard sell at full price, and yet the reception was great, and there was almost nothing but hype surrounding the game, and it managed to crack 3 million sales, making it the best-selling Metroid game of all time. After that, sales pretty much dropped off a cliff, which, if anything, is just
3 million is enough to be the best-selling. Oh, poor Samus.
testament to the power of that early hype. Prime 4 was in an even better position to take the throne. A bigger budget, higher production value, better value proposition overall, a more popular format, selling to an even bigger install base. And yet, sales have not been good at all. They have, in fact, been quite bad. Quite bad. Nintendo only reports game sales when they crack the 1 million mark, and usually only update them when they pass each additional million milestone. And Metroid Prime 4 sales at the time of this recording have not been reported whatsoever. In fairness, they're counting the Switch 1 and 2 releases as separate, meaning that it's technically possible that each has sold at least close to 1 million. Perhaps in total, we're looking at something close to 2 million? Yeah, problems. That's literally the best case scenario, and that's still terrible. We don't know how much Nintendo spends on each game, and often, they seem to be perfectly happy with a game selling only 1, 2, 3 million copies. But even an uneducated armchair analyst such as myself is probably safe in assuming that these numbers are absolutely not okay for this game.
I thought sales
It was
didn't
in
matter,
active
Arlo.
development for nearly 9 years, including 2 whole years they had to scrap. They hired several high-profile industry veterans to work on it. Just look at how the game looks. This is as AAA as it gets for Nintendo. I actually think the Switch 2 version is the best, most modern-looking game they've ever put out. All things considered, I wouldn't be surprised if matching Metroid Dread's 3 million would have been seen as a disappointment. But under 2 million? And then the thing is, Nintendo tends to present sales data in any way that makes their games look good. They could have easily combined the Switch 1 and 2 numbers to give us a bigger total, to present something to the investors so that they feel good about all the money the company spent on the game. But they didn't. They haven't said a thing about its sales. At first we thought maybe it wasn't so bad because the numbers only covered sales through the end of the year. Maybe the next financial report covering the first quarter of 2026 would see the game bumping up past a threshold or two. But no, that didn't happen. As of June 2026, Nintendo is still totally silent, suggesting perhaps that sales have been well below that 2 million mark. Not worth celebrating or even mentioning at all.
They don't want to remind people about the game.
Has sold as little as 1 million units. Is it even possible it's sold less than that? I guess technically, yeah. Which would most certainly, just undeniably, make it a massive financial loss for Nintendo. Not to mention the opportunity cost, spending all these years on a failure when they could have been making something else. It is so very
They could have been making F-Zero, which would have sold even less.
To believe that Metroid Prime 4 was a massive flop for Nintendo. Not even a disappointment, not even a failure, but a massive flop. Ooh, those words hurt. Massive flop. And one of their biggest ever. One of their biggest ever in the entire company's history. Heck, maybe, actually, their biggest ever. I honestly can't think of another Nintendo game that looked like it cost so much to make and ended up selling so poorly. Star Fox Zero is like the only thing that comes to mind, and even that probably doesn't hold a candle to what we're seeing here. This is basically the worst case scenario for Metroid Prime 4. This is the worst possible outcome. Ouch. Ouchie. And like obviously,
Bro just said
another
ouchie.
series would have had a much easier time shouldering this difficulty, but this is Metroid. It kind of goes without saying, but Metroid is one of the last series that needed a disaster like this. It felt like our poor Sammy was on life support for so many years. The games just don't tend to sell that well, even at the best of times. And Nintendo just kept worst of timesing it. So many controversies, so many bungled games,
Hello, sir.
so many poorly timed releases. Even way back in 2017, when Prime 4 was first announced, we knew this game needed to land. It needed to really land if there was any hope for the series. At least the Prime series, as grand and expensive as it is. Nintendo was taking a huge risk giving us a new one. Even without the protracted troubled dev time,
pretty good,
the
actually.
stakes
Me and
were
Ivan are
very
two-timing the
high.
competition.
So now we're left worried all
Not like
over
that.
again about the fate of the series. Left
And
with
Arlo's
a
crying
very
about Metroid Prime
frustrating
4.
question we always have to ask ourselves.
Been meaning to listen to this
whenever
for a
any
long
game company
time.
messes up a game and it sells
A few weeks ago.
poorly as a result. Will Nintendo look at these sales and assume the series just doesn't work? Or
Nah.
are they wise enough to see that
I
it
believe
sold
that rumor
so
that says they got them
poorly
kickstarted on
because
Metroid
they
Prime
screwed it
5
up?
right away.
It's an awful place to be as a fan, and we find ourselves here all too often. You want to give each respective company the benefit of the doubt. They're all professional business people. Surely they can look at things logically and see that when you make a bad game, people don't buy it. But this is Nintendo we're talking about, ain't it? They're pretty good at, just like not really paying attention to what people are saying about their games. I mean, if they did pay attention, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. But you know what?
Yeah,
While
that's
this
me.
is
I'm
a
Dr.
really
Paused.
awful, heart-wrenching
Just realized I still have my old name
situation,
on this game.
I do want to end with some optimism. I want to believe that not all hope is lost. Nintendo can be stubborn.
He honestly
They can
didn't
be
even get to
downright
talking about the game.
Silly
because he didn't
sometimes,
finish it.
But I've got to have faith that they're really.
This really is just a
looking at the
cope video.
situation. Again, there are plenty of reasons to criticize them these days, but
A series is
I do
obviously
think
gonna
they
get- gonna
actually
continue.
improved in a lot of ways, and I think they're actually paying attention to the discourse more than they used to. I can't know for sure, but I feel like it's coming through in a lot of their products, a lot of their decisions, especially surrounding the Switch 2. These legendary old creative leads who practically invented video games and thus weren't really engaged with the rest of the industry are leaving and being replaced with younger folks who are probably a lot more dialed in. Based on
That's
what I understand
concerning
of
for another
Japanese
reason,
culture,
though.
which is admittedly very little, they are all about elder respect, doing what senior staff says without really questioning it. Tanabe was certainly one of those old legends, and I think there's a good chance they let him do whatever he wanted, even when it didn't make sense, because it's just kind of the way they do things in Japan, because he proved himself.
He's
at one
racist.
point. You know, business is one thing, loyalty is another. But now
That's what those
he's gone,
Japanese people do,
and
man.
maybe
What did
the
Arlo
right
mean by
people
that?
at the company now have the chance to make the right choices about who to put in charge next time. And you know, not to get too deep into the subject, as fascinating as I find it, but maybe it won't be one guy calling all the shots. Capcom recently
Yeah,
said
instead
they
it'll be
owe
a
much
council
their
of people.
recent success to ditching the auteur model, where one guy is totally in charge, because it's just too risky to base everything on one guy's vision, which could just be a bad vision. And furthermore, even from the business side of things, much of the money they
What about the
spent on
YouTube side
Metroid
of
Prime
things?
4 has to have been preliminary, building or adapting the engine, creating the assets, the workflow, building the team and getting them set up on the project. Basically just like figuring out how to do a modern Metroid Prime game. They may have spent a lot, but if they use everything they've learned and even a bunch of the assets and systems and whatnot to do a sequel, it should take them much less time and money. I know things.
We heard a rumor like right away that I had already mentioned, but the rumor was that rather than kind of just like cry about Prime 4, Nintendo just had to like get straight to work on Prime 5. Kind of like, you know, accept your L as close as it could get to Nintendo just accepting the L and just moving on forward positively to the sequel. If they can make the sequel stick and it sticks to landing, that could be like the redemption. That could win people back.
Changed. You can't do things quite as quickly as you used to in this day and age, but like the original Metroid Prime trilogy, there was like a couple of years between each game. Surely we can get something at least sorta close to that. Like, if anything, it would be a waste just to flush everything they built for Prime 4, especially if they see that the game failed because of its design, and if they have a better idea of how to make a better game next time. It could genuinely be argued that getting right on another game to continue the story and try to undo some of the damage would be the better financial move.
The thing is, like, it's not like a Mercury Steam situation where they're just contracted to work on 2D Metroid. Nintendo owns Retro Studios outright, so the engine and the assets and the foundation is going to be retained going forward. They're obviously working on the next game. If that wasn't the case, they would have just shut down Retro following the release of Prime 4. AJ Frosty. We finally listened to Arlo's Metroid Prime 4 video. It is a non-review in which he is just doom-pilled about the game's failure.
Rather than starting all the way from
bunch of other
scratch on
doom-pilled
something
videos about the state of the
totally
industry.
new and spending another 5, 6, 7 years on that
6,
before
7?
they can even launch it. If they start something totally new, they might not even be able to put it on Switch
Cried about
2.
price
It'll have to be a
hikes,
cross-gen
the
Switch
fiscal
3
announcement from
release.
Sony,
That is
etc., etc.
Very, very high opportunity cost. Again, I believe that despite its flaws, Metroid Prime 4 represents a level of quality and artistic merit that is extraordinary, even by Nintendo standards. They have to see the potential it has. They have to see the wisdom in giving it another shot. At least, I hope they do. Yes, they screwed up Metroid Prime 4. Just royally screwed up
Alright, let me
Metroid
remake the
Prime
room.
4. And yes, that is pretty darn devastating. But I've spent my time feeling devastated, and now I'm ready to move on. Maybe the series will be put on ice
We're almost
for
up
another
to Ruler.
couple decades. Or maybe we will get Prime 5 in just a couple of years.
Let's do regular Splatfest.
Either way, I think I've put in my time worrying.
Hi, Uneth.
I think
Yeah,
I'm
go
done
get a
with
drink.
that now.
Actually, I should go get my
think I'll
Slurpee
just
too.
wait
My
and see
other
what happens.
Slurpee.
It'll be fine. It's just a video game after all. Isn't that right, little guy? What's that? You hungry? Hey, Uncle Feeny! You want to make another $5?
There you go, the Metroid Prime 4 non-review, the full review coming eventually. I'm actually somewhat disappointed because he barely talked about the game itself. I didn't pre-watch it, so I didn't know that he hadn't finished it. I just said he didn't finish it because he doesn't finish games. Lo and behold, I was right. So the real review is coming. This was just him being sad about the game. We have another one. Okay, so Unif, I've been listening to his latest batch of videos. He cried about the Xbox price hikes, the Steam Machine and Steam Deck price hikes, the physical announcement from Sony. He's gonna cry about Nintendo's price hikes on Fire Emblem right now. He doesn't like that Fire Emblem's priced at $80. We listened to his Metroid Prime 4 crash out, and some other videos of him reporting on rumors, which were basically worthless videos in my opinion. Alright, I'm gonna get my Slurpee real quick, and then we'll listen to the next one. We have so many more videos left from him. Give me 1 second, Ivan. Okay, I've acquired the Slurpee, but I'm also heating something up. I'm nuking something. And I still gotta make something for anime night tonight. Oh, but modes are updating. I have to remake the lobby anyway! Wah! See, 9 o'clock. We got roughly a little less than 2 hours to keep splatting. I think we'll have Ruler by then. Let me remake it. What do we got for rooms? What do we got for maps? Mako Mart and Wahoo World. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I actually like Mako Mart. Mako Mart? Mako? I'm reminded of the voice actor who died whenever I hear that name. That guy. Okay, did I update the thing here? Let's see that.
This video was brought to you.
Am I coming through? Hello? Hello? If you can hear the sound of my voice, say something. Guys, am I alive? Am I existing? Can you hear me? Refresh the stream. Refresh stream. Something, say something. Say something. You're saying something. You're saying too much now. Guys, what happened? We might not want to overload the MSI for the next couple of hours. I'm gonna be so honest. We might. No, what are you doing? You're actually asking for it to blow up again. So let me explain what just happened. I opened the next Arlo video, and then I black screened, and the MSI said it ran into a memory issue, and I had a reboot that was like, it was like a 0%. Your PC ran into an issue. We have to restart. And then the bottom reason said something to do with memory. It went from 0 to 100%, and then rebooted. And then I just got kicked back to my the screen where you like your lock screen or whatever the hell. And then I got back in. I'm kind of scared. I've never had that happen before. The other MSI never had that happen before. I don't know what to do, guys. Is it over? Do we have to? Are we forced to buy the Steam machine? Do I actually have to upgrade to the Steam machine now? Like I've got no choice. And when I booted OBS and VNyan back up, it had rolled back the settings from this stream. Like I was on the wrong overlay in OBS, and the VNyan had defaulted to the Dinkle costume from last night. Basically as though I didn't even do the stream. Like the stream basically didn't even happen, you know? Right? But I guess we'll go forward positively. Literally as I said, oh, I was gonna get my Coke Slurpee, get a little snack for me. Got like less than 2 hours of Splatoon. What could possibly go wrong? And then everything went wrong. But no, I'm down to keep going. Ivan, the room is open. That was very scary, guys. If the fucking MSI had died, guys, I don't have anything else. Like the other MSI, the frame for it is physically fucked up. Yeah, I would be without a computer. It would be so over, you guys. All right, let's just game more. Maybe the video is cursed. Maybe that's it. Hi, level 1 Neko. Oh yeah, I remember you had PC issues too.
Space. Now before we...
Oh, wrong video. This is not the right video. We had the other one. Even Chrome's telling me, guys. Guys, it closed. It closed improperly, guys. Chrome over here be like, what happened? What? Huh? What happened? What? Just have a viewer spend 3K on a PC delivered to me in this economy? How much more would that viewer have to spend if he sent that PC to Phil today? Like, what would that 3K look like today? 5K? Ooh! Ow. Felt it. I guess this is the secret stream. The secret watch streak felting stream. I'm gonna have to merge the VODs. I know the VOD split. Fucking shades of 2023, the spring of 2023 coming back to haunt me again. I'm gonna have to patch up the VODs in post. He's a real Dingus fan. The money is nothing to worry about. That's true. All my fans are ballers. Baller alert. Sniper? I see him. 2 dualies. We hate the dualies. And actually 2 snipers. Yeah. Oh, buddy. I have never had that happen before though, where the PC just fully gives up. Like, oh, okay, like it's a hard, straight up memory crash, felted, like black screen, Windows saying, "Brother, it's over." Man, I don't even have. Oh God. Okay, I don't even have my the thing I used to play YouTube videos. God, even that's not saved. Okay, I gotta pull that up manually. Blurp shit, where'd it go? My PC crashed. I got a fucking heart attack. I was like, no, no, not the MSI laptop, anything but that. Did he have blurp shit? No. I don't think so. No. Probably some other chat. Where did the streak go? The streak has been felted. There is no Easter Bunny. There is no Santa Claus. And there is no Dingus watch streak. Where's my... Oh no, is it even here? Oh, I gotta do it like this. All documents, there it is. Wow, I have auto clips from the last stream. Much appreciated. I'm kind of scared to navigate Chrome right now. Telling me I had a memory crash and shit. Okay, let me... I guess this is the one? This is the popular one. 2,000 channels have this. Hi, Polgan. I just had a crash, Polgan, but I assure you I was here for 2 hours. Okay, we're gonna refresh the video and hopefully I don't crash again. If I crash again, then the video is cursed and we just can't watch it.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. You know what though, $80 for a video game
okay,
is
we're good.
Ridiculous. It just is. I mean, there are people who will argue that maybe video games should cost more. You know,
I use Brave as well.
Have not risen enough
I use different browsers for different purposes.
Development costs, inflation, and all that.
Like Brave is the browser I pull up on stream.
That $80 is not too high for a video game. The thing is, though, when none of your competitors are pricing their video games at $80, then yes, $80 for a video game is too much. Especially when you are working purposefully with underpowered hardware. Your games are not that impressive on a technical level. Like this is not the kind of
the game price should be proportional to how it looks, Arlo.
You know, just like wait for GTA. Just wait for GTA to disrupt the whole conversation and then go from there. But just don't be the first one out the door. But Nintendo's thinking with Mario Kart World was probably, this is the #1 most important game that will ever hit the Switch 2. It's going to sell very well for the life of the Switch 2, so they wanted to kind of future-proof that price, especially considering the economic situation. You know, you're looking at 6, 7, even 8 years down the line. The rest of the industry probably is going to be pricing their games at $80 and maybe even more. Nintendo probably didn't want to raise the price later, so they thought they would just start at $80 and they would be good. And then even further, just considering the
2 hours, sorry, bud. Counter says 8 minutes. I choose not to remember anything since. Yeah, this is like the second stream of Saturday.
I think they were kind of betting on it. And it's funny because Xbox almost did until they chickened out. And
yeah, but Outer Worlds.
The Switch 2 has been out for over a year, and
a lot of people would say that game's not even worth it free.
$80 games have not become a thing in that time. I think $80 games are inevitable. Maybe it'll even happen soon, but at least right now, at least until that happens, $80
Double Dingus stream day.
Yes,
I agree.
This ridiculosity, we knew that if Nintendo was willing to do it once, they would definitely do it again. The next $80 Nintendo game was certainly on the horizon. The question has been what and when. That's two questions. The two questions have been what and when. On the one hand, you've got the fact that they only priced Mario Kart World at $80, not even something like DK Bonanza, clearly a very, very big, high-budget AAA game. Even
but it's a single-player adventure,
didn't really seem like the new
which isn't that long.
anything, but then on the the other hand,
I don't know. Is he gonna argue that Fire Emblem, for the amount of hours that you're gonna get out of the game, would not be worth arguing for at that price?
Higher price points sooner than later. They may see it as kind of a necessity. There
Hey,
is
Rapid
certainly a
Clone.
chance that we would
I'm back from a computer crash.
for maybe even years. Maybe the $80 for Mario Kart World.
Hi, Bucky.
Maybe that was something of an experiment, and they would wait until it kind of did become more of an industry standard before they tried it again. Yeah, maybe it would take a few years, or at the very least, they would probably just wait until the next very, very big game that they knew was going to sell a whole lot of units. I mean, Pokemon Wins and Waves.
Give it good luck.
Definitely gonna, I mean, it is definitely 100% going to be $80.
I think you should just prepare for that. Pokemon $80.
Pokemon company
Eat it.
thing, whatever. But you know, even for Nintendo, Zelda, the next Zelda is going to be $80. Not sure about Ocarina of Time remake yet, but at the very least, the next big original mainline Zelda is going to be $80. The next 3D Mario might, for sure. Again, it's partially feature.
I think they could do $70 3D Mario.
Selling and selling for years. But then also, these are the games that Nintendo spends the most money on. These are
highest quality, most moral of ethics for me. True.
Probably push them to want to price higher for sure. But even then, that means we're looking at, like, I don't know, late next year at the soonest. Whether it's Winds and Waves or 3D Mario, yeah, probably gonna be like holiday next year before we see the next $80 game, unless Ocarina of Time surprises us. That's more or less what I've been thinking.
$80 remake.
It's inevitable, but it probably is gonna take a bit, right? That's why after the June 2026 Nintendo Direct, when Nintendo gave pricing information for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, to say that
I feel like he's the only one crashing out about this. Like $80 Fire Emblem. Maybe most people got the $100 special edition. I don't know. Like people weren't really crowing about Fire Emblem being $80 being like offensive. You know how many routes the game is gonna have?
I was surprised would be accurate. If one wishes to purchase a physical copy of the Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave game for the Nintendo Switch 2 system, they must pay an MSRP of $80.
$79.99. That's not how MSRP works.
Yes. $80. Now, to be fair, this is not strictly an $80 release. It's $70 for the digital edition. Nintendo is making good on their promise that going forward, Switch 2 games are going to be priced differently digitally versus physically. Generally, there's a $10 split. It's not strictly speaking, an $80 release, but for about half the audience who buys physical...
It feels like weird to have videos putting out, right? Put out videos saying we're moving to an all-digital future, and you just gotta accept it. And then in the same breath say, oh, the game is $80 because most of the people who buy it will buy it physically. Well, what about... You just said we're gonna move to an all-digital future. What about the people who are gonna buy it digitally for $70? What about those people? It feels a bit dishonest.
Digital, it is. It completely is. If you don't count Switch 2 editions, which are kind of like buying a base game plus DLC, then Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is Nintendo Switch 2's next $80 game. Its second $80
and no one's complaining about
Mario Kart World. And
I look at the justification, right? The perceived justifications by the merits of the game as to why people aren't upset about it. $80 for Mario Kart. You saw people crow up and down about how like that was an insult. Like that's how dare you, Nintendo. Fire Emblem, they're not doing it for that. Now maybe because it's a smaller IP, I think people understand that if they were gonna do another game like that for $80, it makes sense to do it for Fire Emblem, given how long the games are and all the content you get for what you pay.
I mean, Nintendo loves to surprise us, right? Oh, they're the kings of left field. They're so full.
Now see, Arlo's not a Fire Emblem fan. He wouldn't understand this.
Whimsy. I could have run this simulation a million times and never landed on a timeline where Nintendo charged $80 for the next Fire Emblem game.
Really?
So before we get to my thoughts on the matter, I do have some thoughts. A few little tiny thoughts. We do have to ask.
I'm gonna be honest, when we saw the reveal trailer, like last year, my brain was already kind of heading in that direction. Like, yeah, this will probably be a more expensive title.
Ask ourselves, just why? Just
why?
How and why? Why is this the timeline that we find ourselves in? Before we continue being befuddled and slightly disturbed, a quick reminder that this video was brought to you by Squarespace.
Wow,
Maybe you need
really?
a place to host your second-hand wheelbarrow storefront, or your collection of interesting
The guy bought the Magic the Gathering Marvel set?
eggs,
Really?
or your epic.
He's buying Marvel cards. Whoa, buddy. You guys wanted it. You asked for it. And now you're complaining because I did the thing that you wanted me to do? Fuck you, man. I'm literally doing what you were bugging me to do. You guys were begging me to get the Marvel cards. Now I have them. You're acting like I'm the villain? Fuck you, man. I'm doing what you wanted. Where's the support? You guys asked for the Marvel Magic the Gathering cards. Here they are. Where's the support at?
Ongoing.
We wanted the TMNT cards, dummy.
Fiction. Whatever it is, whatever you need it for, Squarespace will make building your website a
This guy
breeze.
can't do anything
Every step
right.
of the
Oh,
process
brother.
is easy with the intuitive builder.
Jeez
No
Louise.
coding required. The learning curve is just about non-existent. If you want to make it mega easy, you can even start with a template and just plug in all your own stuff. However you go about it, you will soon have a real nice looking website. Good enough for personal or professional use.
Local grocery store today, instead of
needs
seeing
are
official
few.
Pokemon
I
TCG
run a
packs,
basic
I saw
blog,
some
and
40 counter
Squarespace makes
reseal
it
packs
easy
with
to
a
draft up
guaranteed holo rare included. Yeah, no, I wouldn't fall for those.
a bunch of posts all at once, schedule them to publish at later dates, and it'll even generate social media
I just see
posts
straight up
for me.
bootleg
So
card
helpful.
packs.
I can always peruse the built-in analytics
fake
if I want to see
Labubus.
how my site is doing, and if my site ever needs more juice, Squarespace offers lots of cool extensions. To try
Shadow
out
dropping the
Squarespace
special
for
edition on the
yourself,
Nintendo store.
head to
I got it from Best
squarespace.com for
Buy.
a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. Thanks again to Squarespace.
It might still be available,
Now you may
actually.
continue
It seemed like that was going to be
being
limited, but then they restocked it.
What's going on with this $80 thing? The primary argument that I have seen bandied about is that Nintendo is pricing the game at this price because they know that the audience will buy it anyway. They believe that Fire Emblem fans are so dedicated that no matter what, they will shell out any amount of money to play the next game, and I do not see this. I do not see it at all. I do not understand it. Fire Emblem games are not immune to bad sales. The series was basically on life support before
He's
the
really
3DS
this
titles
really
hit.
is going to be an
Those games
A-log
revitalized
Fire Emblem
interest in the
video, huh?
series, and then momentum was pretty darn good. 3 Houses on the Switch sold very well. It was a series best, but then Engage came along and sold about a third of the units. It probably wasn't seen as
because
a
it wasn't
failure
3
by
Houses
any means,
too.
but like still 1/3 of the units of 3 Houses. And you know, there's
That 3
maybe
Hopes
a
was the
number of
best-selling
reasons
Muso,
it didn't
second best-selling
review
Muso after
quite
Age of
as well.
Calamity.
It sounds like it didn't go down quite as well. with
That's kinda
fans.
like
I mean,
all
I,
the
for
Musos
one,
that exist.
loved 3 Houses, but I wasn't super into Engage. The gameplay was pretty okay, but just like the overall style and the story and everything, it just didn't really do it for me. And I think that that was the case for a lot of other people as well. Maybe it could be
Engage's
argued that
gameplay is
as
better
long
than 3
as
Houses, but he
Fortune's
wouldn't know
Weave
that.
is good as long as it's better than Engage, then maybe you could imagine that it will sell pretty well. Maybe something almost as well as 3 Houses.
Here's why here's why they're accepting the price point, because it's not Engage 2, and because they're going back to the world of 3 Houses. They're looking at it from a point of view of, oh, they're listening to us. They listen to how much we like 3 Houses, so they're giving us 3 Houses too. That's why they're willing to pay $80 for 3 Houses too, because they're looking at it as, oh, they listen to us. They know how much we didn't like Engage, even though Engage was always meant to be an anniversary title.
Maybe, possibly, but you're talking about a series that was niche for a very, very long time, and then
now it's
had
not.
kind of a breakout moment. It really had its time in the spotlight with 3 Houses, but the thing is, you cannot expect a series to be able to repeat that success over and over again. There's absolutely a chance that 3 Houses was just the right game, right place, right time, you know? You cannot just assume that every Fire Emblem game is going to sell really well from here on out. You cannot assume that now you just have this like legion of fans who will shell out any amount of money for every single title.
I think
It
he
does
doesn't
not make
hang
any
around
sense at all.
the Fire Emblem
Even
community, to
hardcore
be honest.
fans are going to have a hard time paying $80 for a game. There's a
He says this, and yet I've seen a lot of people say, God damn, now I have to buy a Switch 2 because Fire Emblem just got announced. This is actually not really a system seller, maybe. But this is the kind of game that is going to motivate people to actually finally pick up a Switch 2. Like, this is at that level of game. This, for some people, this is their 3D Zelda, 3D Mario. This is their Mario Kart. This is their Smash Brothers. People, like, straight up saying, I have to buy the console now because Fire Emblem is on it. You know someone here who thinks exactly like that? His name is Hyun Goon. Goon bought a Switch 2 because they announced Fire Emblem. I think it's supposed to slam your controller, be hella pissed off when you lose to this game. It's the rule. I can't. I think we've been doing pretty good. 28 to 21. That's pretty good. I think. Could have fooled me, but I agree with Dingus. Effie is an attractive title. It's got the appeal as an IP. Hi Jesse. Oh fuck! Another 100 times.
$20 increase over the last one. 70 is already kind of a hard pill to swallow. But if you're a physical collector, 80, like that's just, it's just ridiculous. So
I really don't think he's listening to a lot of Fire Emblem fans on this.
1 second that fans
I have not seen anyone complain about the price.
A percentage of very dedicated fans.
We can talk about whether the price is right or not, or whether it fits, but he is in a league of his own.
I believe that with a smaller series, you need to grow the series. You don't just cater to the fans. You want to price it a little bit more competitively so that it can reach broader audiences.
Yeah, the animated live 2D portraits. I can get used to them. They look a little weird to me.
I've also heard the argument that this price makes the collector's edition more appealing. Like, oh, the game is already so expensive, I might as well just pay a little bit more for the big collector's set. And I also just don't see this. I don't see that at all. Again, you have your core audience. That audience
I was always going to get the collector's edition.
They will want to purchase the collector's edition, sure. But no, you don't try to play mind games with the audience to like trick them into getting the more expensive thing. No, you need to price your game to sell. You need to.
The collector's edition sold out, so I don't know what he means.
And it's like I said, $70 already feels like too much for Fire Emblem. Now, to be fair, I've not played the game myself.
That's it. That's the issue. That's the core issue for the video. Again, I haven't seen anyone complain about the price of the game. I simply haven't, and I tend to keep like tuned in to Nintendo Discourse now. I don't check Twitter as much anymore, but I still have other avenues I can check. I can go to like basket weaving forums and see what people are saying. It's not like Mario Kart World at all, where like that was like the event horizon. That was the point of no return. When Switch 2, anti-Switch 2 discussion, anti-Nintendo discourse was at the fucking peak, Mario Kart World being $80 was like the biggest crime. The biggest sin of humanity. And yet, comparatively speaking, I don't see anyone complaining about Fire Emblem. I think for a lot of people that are actually going to play the game, Fire Emblem being $80 makes sense. If you were going to like price the next big game, Fire Emblem being $80, whether you think it's right or not, or whether the game should still be $60 or not, if we're talking about why they did it, I understand why they did it. Did the fans care? No, because Fire Emblem, because of the sequel to Three Houses, because it looks pretty good, and we haven't seen anything red flaggy yet. There's no rug pulling like with Mario Kart World and its free roaming system or whatnot. No one's taking issue with it. Now, Arlo's issue is that he looks at it and sees anime, and he gets scared. he like calls for human resources because he has to interact with anything anime for longer than a minute. And he believes because of that, the game should be like $20, $40 because it's anime. It's not. It doesn't deserve to be $80. You know why? Because he looks at the $80 games and he has this kind of like autistic hierarchy in his head. $80 games should be reserved for 3D Mario, 3D Zelda, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers, the next Splatoon, all these other Scrimlo Bimblo IPs. The rinky-dinky anime games shouldn't be $80. To him, those should be like fucking $40, realistically, and he might consider buying them on a sale. That never happens because Nintendo never discounts their games. People are really pushing back. Why would you get Magic cards if you don't know how to play it? He's getting pissed off right now. Again, they told him to get the cards. It was an obvious gaslight, so we'll see how he deals with that. I would guess that it's a difference in the people who are buying those games. The people buying Mario Kart World, bigger normie demographic of people, so they're going to be more offended when they see $80 games. And of course, it was the first one, so it opened the door and a whole discussion about $80 games in general. We have a more niche, kind of laser-focused audience in Fire Emblem. They know the experience they're gonna get with a Fire Emblem game on Switch 2. They've been waiting for it. For a lot of people, that is their reason to buy a Switch 2. So if they see $80 and don't complain, it's probably because they have a lot of faith in it. They know it's gonna be good. Although Fire Emblem sold more than 1,000 Year Door Remake, sit down. It did! It actually did! If there was complaints about the price of Fire Emblem, it was only on the day of the announcement. Fire Emblem fans eat shit like 3 houses, so of course they're okay with $80.
Maybe it is much bigger
Another
and
100?
and has more content than I could ever imagine.
Let me rewind, because I talked a lot.
Emblem game. Just the collector's edition, sure. But no, you don't try to play mind games with the audience to like trick them into getting the more expensive thing. No, you need to price your game to sell. You need to price it so that it will move copies. And it's like I said, $70 already feels
$70.
like too much for Fire Emblem. Now, to be fair, I've not played the game myself. Maybe it is much bigger and grander and has more content than I could ever imagine for a Fire Emblem game. But,
he's gonna argue it doesn't matter because it's Fire Emblem.
From my perspective, this series is
B title
on the smaller side. Just when you look at Nintendo's other really big series, this one is, I don't know, niche might be too strong a word, but
I don't know how he can say that when it's literally one of the holiday titles. It's coming out in September. It's a tentpole release. Like, he really wants you to accept that it's on the same tier as, like, Big Brain Academy. Like, what the fuck? It's like, I'm not falling for this. It's such a level of disrespect. He wants you to accept that Fire Emblem is on the same tier as, like, F-Zero. And that Metroid is on the same tier of, like, 3D Mario. You know what I'm saying?
Weave looks like a really nice game. The visuals are pretty nice. It does sound like it's probably going to have a good amount of content, but just overall, it does not look like it has the highest budget. It does not give the impression of a $70 or $80 game to me. And I feel, and now we come to the thoughts part. I thought that, this might be
I want him to tell me how much it should be.
Scariest thing that Nintendo has done in a good bit, at the very least, this generation. And you may think that's weird. You may be like, Arlo, Nintendo has done a whole bunch of crummy stuff this generation. How is this specific thing the scariest?
It's actually more annoying than the Metroid Prime 4 non-review.
Nintendo has done. I've more or less understood, you know? That's not to say that I agree with all.
You understood why Yoshi was $70?
Good things to do, but yeah, like there's been a logic. Again, $80 for Mario
There's a
Kart
logic
World.
here.
We probably thought everyone else was going to be upping prices. Yeah, just future-proofing, getting ahead of the game. I get it. Game key cards. It's getting really hard to fit these humongous games on these tiny, expensive proprietary cartridges. They wanted to give third parties an option to kind of help save on costs rather than having to just raise the prices of the games themselves. So again, it's kind of a crummy thing, but I do at least understand where they were coming from and the overall higher prices. You know, $70 for most of their big games, raising the price.
Why do
of
we
the
have a
original
sniper
hardware
on
and
our team?
accessories, and now raising the price of the Switch 2 itself. They're under such enormous pressure from investors. They want to maintain the crazy success of the original Switch. They want it to roll into Switch 2. It's not necessarily reasonable or sustainable, but again, I get it. That's just kind of how businesses work, especially with the Switch 2 selling so well.
Maybe?
It's tracking above the original Switch in sales, so investors are going to be like, yeah, but why aren't you making as much money? It's the unfortunate reality of capitalism. Nobody wants to make less money now than they did before. You gotta keep those numbers up. Keep the lines going up. Again, I don't like it, but I get it. I understand where they're coming from. But $80 dues for Fire Emblem?
I'm sorry, like, I hate this. I hate this video. The amount of casual disrespect Just a complete lack of nuance. Not even really talking about the game because he doesn't know anything about the game because he's not going to play the game. And if he does play the game, he's going to play it for free. So the games being $80 don't affect him anyway.
No, not getting.
Does he know what their biggest
here.
mobile
And
game
I know I'm
is?
getting a little extreme here, but I might even go as far as to say this decision feels kind of unhinged. Is that too strong a word? Unhinged? Because that's how this feels to me. Especially because up until now, it seems like Nintendo has been trying to balance things out. You know, like they knew they had to raise prices somewhere, but they waited as long as they could before raising the price of the Switch 2. They raised the prices of, like, you know, amiibo and accessories and stuff. And then more than anything, it's this like flexible game pricing thing. You know, like things were a little bit scary for a bit, but then they announced this like digital physical split, and then like some games were getting like kind of budget.
I would be
pricing.
really
Like,
curious to see the
made a whole
comments
entire
on this
video
one.
It really spoke to a much more just a more positive outlook for Nintendo. Okay, yeah, prices are going up in many areas, but look at that. They're willing to budge a little bit on price, be a little bit more competitive when they're with games that are a little bit smaller. Splatoon Raiders, a relatively small spin-off. You can get it $50 digitally or $60 physically.
Maybe
Star
that
Fox,
implies Fire
same
Emblem will be a
thing,
much
clearly
bigger
smaller
game.
game than many of their others. And yes, the prices are still relatively high for physical collectors, but you know, the digital option is at least there. It helps a little bit. And of course, we've kind of been wondering, okay, is this rewarding digital purchasers or punishing physical purchasers? Kind of depends on how you look at it, but at least up until now, that's been, it's I don't know, slightly nebulous, kind of arguable one way or the other. It's maintained something of a balance. This finally throws off that balance. Like, yes, absolutely, physical collectors are being punished. But people buying digitally aren't getting off that easy either. $70 is still a tremendous amount of money for a Fire Emblem game. I'm sorry, like, I'm sorry. Like, they're cool games. They are. It's just like, I think
was 60 too much when he played Three Houses?
Has really,
like, how much would he pay? I want him to say how much Fire Emblem is worth, is my problem.
Like, Splatoon is a huge, very, very popular series, sells many, many units, and Splatoon Raiders looks like a very, very good game. So why is that 50, 60? Like, why? Why is Splatoon Raiders $50 and $60 when Fire Emblem is $70 and $80?
How about you
Within
play the
Nintendo
fucking
sphere,
game
it's
and we'll
already
find out together?
completely ridiculous. But then when you zoom out and you look at the greater industry,
Does he know it's
this
4
just becomes
routes?
just
Like,
a-
it's 4
I-
routes. And each route is guaranteed to have at
Fortune's
least
releases
25
this September.
chapters.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but there are a whole lot of video games being published this September.
Oh
GTA
my
6 is
god,
hitting
it's
in
gonna
November.
suffer because
Nobody
of
wants to be
GTA
anywhere close
6.
to that,
Shut
so
the
everybody
fuck.
is
I hate this.
lumping
This is actually the
everything
worst
into
video of the
September,
batch
all
today.
At the same time, there are so many games releasing, many very high profile, very expensive.
I'm actually gonna send this one to Seru.
games that
This
people
one
are
is so
very
bad.
much looking forward to.
You're going to love
Let's go
this.
over a few
Merlin.
here. Onimusha,
What
Way
the-
of Sword.
the Merlin
Humongous,
Bishop?
Beautiful, very high budget.
Hi, I'm
AAA
seething because I'm
game.
listening
You know
to
how much that
Arlo.
game is gonna be $70, physical and digital. Sure, like pretty much all the games on this list, there's
Arlo
gonna be a
says
more
Fire Emblem is
expensive,
not
like,
worth
deluxe
$80.
edition or whatever, but as usual, it is not a necessary purchase whatsoever. You want to play Onimusha this September, it's gonna be $70. Ace Combat 8, that is also a September release.
Dang, crazy they added him to Splatoon. I hope they keep Arlo out of Splatoon. Welcome in, Merlin. It's Merlin Bishop. He was live earlier with Arma 3! GTA 6 is expensive for no reason. It has a download code. People are not happy with GTA 6, moron. That is, like, very curious. I like that you said that, Nurgle. Why is he not talking about GTA 6 being $100? It essentially, for all intents and purposes, is $100 because you're gonna be content cucked if you don't pay for the pay pick edition. Why is that not an issue? That's just something we have to roll over and accept and let them stick their dinguses up our ass and just like, oh, of course it was gonna be $100. What are you, stupid? Of course you're gonna pay $100 for GTA 6. Why is that just something we just roll over for? But Fire Emblem being $80 is this big fucking crime, sin of humanity. The worst thing Nintendo has done since $80 Mario Kart. No one agrees with him on this. Everyone has been really reasonable about it. Rewinding.
I just don't even. Fortune's Weave releases this September, and I don't know if you've noticed, but there are a whole lot of video games being published this September. GTA 6 is hitting in November. Nobody wants to be anywhere close to that, so everybody is lumping
Unless you're the Barbie
everything
collection.
into September, all at the same time. There are so many games releasing, many very high profile.
You were gonna play
very
Fire Emblem anyway.
expensive games
Your editor
that people
is.
are very much looking forward to. Let's go over a few here. Onimusha, Way of the Sword, humongous, beautiful, very high budget,
Okay.
AAA game. You know how much that
Okay,
game is?
I want him to explain this. Onimusha, back in the day, Onimusha absolutely would have been on the same tier as Fire Emblem. It's like, oh, that's a B or C tier franchise. Onimusha, fucking Capcom, that is like a B tier Capcom franchise. I want him to explain why Fire Emblem $80 is not okay, but $70 Onimusha is okay.
Is going to be $70.
Okay, why is that? Why is that
and
fine?
digital.
Why is that
Like
fine?
Pretty much all the games on this list, there's going to be a more expensive, like, deluxe edition or whatever, but as usual, it is not a necessary purchase whatsoever. You want to play Onimusha this September, it's going to be $70. Ace
Why is
Combat
that
8,
fine?
That is also a September release. It is also going to be...
It's a fucking samurai game. You know how many of those we had? Why can't that be $60? There's no online component of that. You're gonna do like one run of that and be done with it. Ace Combat. Why is the... Now, you want to talk about niche franchises? Why is Ace Combat okay? Ace Combat, that's not a niche franchise. It's okay for Ace Combat to be $70 or however much it's gonna be. I want to hear it. I don't... His arguments are inconsistent.
$70 to purchase that video game. Marvel's Wolverine. Marvel's Wolverine. Sony, do you have any idea how much money they've been spending on their first-party games? Do you have any idea? Hundreds.
There's no
of
comment on
millions
Ace
of
Combat
dollars
being a niche
on
IP.
their Spider-Man games. So yeah,
Niche
I would
genre.
not be surprised if Wolverine cost them $100 or $200 million.
I get it. Well, it'll have online. It'll have co-op.
Nintendo...
But the genre itself for Ace Combat is no more or less niche than Fire Emblem. So why that should if he takes umbrage with Fire Emblem being $80, he should take equal umbrage with a game like Ace Combat being $70. But he doesn't say anything about it.
But I would not be surprised if the budget of this game was many times higher than the budget of Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Massive AAA game. Everyone's really looking forward to it. Probably going to sell a ton of copies. $70. Not 80. Could have been 80, but no. It's 70 because that's
and it's
what
not getting ported to PC,
AAA
so no one will play it.
Nowadays, at least for
no one
now,
will play it.
$70, even if you're purchasing physical. Oh, but I said it was a stacked month, and I mean it. There's a bunch more games coming out. What else we got? We got a Warhammer 40K.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Jay Frosty. The Nintendo fan, he wants to have his cake and eat it too with Nintendo. He'll be the first person to say, oh, Nintendo doesn't count. They're doing their own thing when comparing, like, sales numbers, how many consoles have been sold. He said it earlier in the other video where, like, he said Sony was the non-Nintendo console leader. So, by his own definition, Nintendo is off doing their own thing, off the plantation doing their own fucking thing. But then, when he's doing this and comparing release dates and prices of games, now Nintendo is in the same league as Sony and Microsoft. The Nintendo fan is kind of in their own ecosystem. Like, people call them a cult for a reason. The Nintendies, the Nintoddlers. For the Nintendo fan playing Nintendo games on their Switch 2, they're not going to look at Wolverine. Most of them won't be looking at GTA 6. These are not games that will be in contention for their time and attention. In contention for their attention. Some of them could be, you know, multi-plat owners. Some of them could have a gaming PC. Some of them might even have a PS5 in addition to the Switch 2, like me. But I think people who are like primary Nintoddlers, the type of game that they gravitate towards isn't like the AAA kind of game. Like, these aren't people frothing at the mouth for Wolverine. If they do pick up Wolverine, it probably might not even be at launch. Throwing everything in settings on high and still playing on controller? Dave?
Hey, Dawn of War 4. Okay, like this game does look very good. Yeah, that's probably also a smaller-ish, kind of a medium budget game. You know, definitely lower than Wolverine for sure. Okay, so 60. $60. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable price. Even more, Control Resonant. Control Resonant is a very, very hotly anticipated AAA high budget game. It
Really?
is also releasing in September. And you know how much they're charging for it? The MSRP?
Say 50.
60.
Okay.
$60. Not even 70. They could have
Oh,
probably gotten
Fire
away
Emblem is
with
so
70,
bogged by
but they
Control.
wanted to make sure that this
Ah!
game was priced competitively. They wanted to foster the series. They wanted to grow the series. They wanted to give their game a fighting chance against the rest of the crazy, crazy competition, so they priced it at 60. Even more, Silent Hill Townfall, another very
No one
hotly
is buying that but me.
very high production value
Shut
kind of
the
game.
fuck up.
Also releasing in September, and make sure you don't have any drink in your mouth at the moment because they're pricing this game at $50. $50.
It's probably
To
5
purchase
hours
a
long. It
physical
better be
copy of
$50.
Silent Hill Townfall, it will be 30 fewer dollars than Fire Emblem Fortunes Weave.
Hey, you know what? It's gonna
Now,
be 10
I know
times
that
as dog
Nintendo,
shit.
For the most part, doesn't
You
really
seen
pay
who the MC is
attention
in
to
that
the
game?
rest of the industry. You know, they don't even see most of the industry as competition. They feel like their own games fill
Make
their
me play
own
as a
special
fucking Zoomer
niches,
in Silent
and I
Hill.
do feel that in large part that's probably true. I do think they're kind of onto something, and the fact that they're not always
He's
just looking at
stuttering.
the
He
rest
can't
of the
even commit
industry
to his
and
dog
copying what
shit
they do.
opinions.
That is kind of one of their strengths.
I kind of want to send this to Noah.
There does come a point when it's just like,
I got like, there's like 3 people in my mind that I want to send this video
just
to.
know, it could perhaps be argued that Fire Emblem fans are not necessarily going to overlap with fans of these other big AAA series. Maybe they're not really strictly competition. Maybe those buying Wolverine were not going to buy Fire Emblem, and vice versa.
Yeah, Saru needs to see this.
Maybe, but
I actually want
still
Saru to see
can't
this
help but
more
feel
than the
like
Metroid Prime 4
just
video. That was like a...
marching into a just
The Metroid Prime 4 video was like a nothing video. He had no opinions to give. It was just him crying about the game flopping. He didn't finish the game, so he had no opinions to give on the game. He's too scared to finish the game. I'm actually annoyed by this video because it's putting disrespect to a series that is like was on the verge of cancellation and has like proven itself on the Switch and on the 3DS. Like I don't want to say like it's earned the right to be priced at where it is because that sounds like I'm drifting and I'm like sweeping too much. But to say that little opinionated Muppet, because I view it as lesser, it should cost less, is basically what I'm hearing. I grew up with a Nintendo wherein Fire Emblem was a baby C-tier franchise, and I don't like, in the now, seeing it priced as an A-tier franchise, even though it's done well enough in the now, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinions, to be priced at that price. Because no one is fucking having a kerfuffle about it being $80, but this guy. I think it's just him not being able to accept that a series he doesn't like is doing great.
Ridiculously stacked September. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be an absolute bloodbath of video game
That's what I
releases.
want to say, Zerpachi, but I gotta like be careful with my word choices because it's gonna sound like I want it to be $80. But I'm saying like if we're debating over what games deserve to be $80, what the amount of time versus like investment and shit, the hours of playtime you'll get back with 4 routes, assuming you do all of them, and like most people will probably do like 2 routes or something. Like maybe some people will probably just do 1 route and just consider that to be like worth the $80. I would say a stronger case can debatably be made for Fire Emblem. Like most people will look at that and say, yeah, that does deserve to be $80. Deserves to be $80 over like Mario Kart. He's not a content brain. He's not looking at it from a content brain perspective.
On a budget a fraction the size of probably all of these other games that you are launching on substantially weaker hardware and pricing the game higher than basically every other video game on the market. It's unhinged. It's complete.
Yeah, I think you're on this something, Koizumers. Again, I had mentioned earlier that I've seen a lot of people say I have to get a Switch 2 now because Fire Emblem is on it. Once people get that Switch 2 because Fire Emblem is on it, then they'll start buying other shit. It's gonna transfer. It's a system seller for a certain niche demographic of people. They get into the Switch 2 ecosystem and then they start buying other games.
completely unhinged. It is irrational. It is ridiculous. It goes against all of the goodwill that they finally started to generate with all of this more flexible kind of pseudo budget pricing. I ain't no businessman. I don't work at Nintendo, but I feel like it is just the perfect storm of both bad business and bad PR. There is no possible way.
Where is the bad PR for this?
Long term, there is no possible way that Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is going to sell anything close to the amount that it would have sold with a more reasonable price point. That's going to mean less money overall. That's going to mean less growth for the series. And Nintendo's not really one to like drop prices down the line. So unless they want to just, I don't know, swallow their pride and drop the price eventually if they realize that they killed the game at this price.
That'll be bad PR for anyone who bought it at launch.
Probably stuck with this.
How is he not seeing that part of it? What if you bought it at launch?
Now, I will admit that, as always, I easily could be wrong.
You are wrong.
Could be wrong in this case.
This is the worst Arlo video ever.
Maybe it will, maybe it'll be a great game. Maybe this will be the best Fire Emblem game ever. Just like
now he's being disingenuous.
Maybe just like hundreds and hundreds of hours of content. Just
it's a Fire Emblem game. Yes, it actually will have hundreds of hours of content.
Sales. Maybe the game will sell well after all. Maybe it'll even sell.
There are a lot of people like you, Malcolm.
As Three Houses did. Oh, could you imagine? Arlo would be so wrong if that happened. But at least right now, I can't. I can't see that happening. It's funny because when you have a relatively low install base, you can kind of see it two ways. You know, there's a chance that a game will sell really well because the lower install base is made up of more hardcore fans who are more excited to just kind of play something on the system. You tend to see much higher attach rates earlier in a generation. Even relatively niche games can sell pretty darn well. People just looking for something cool to play. But then, of course, on the other hand, smaller install base means just fewer potential customers to reach. So right now with the Switch 2 only a year old, does that mean that people are more likely to buy Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave to have something cool to play on their Switch 2? Or does that just mean that few people who might possibly potentially even be
got your Walmart order, pre-order for Fire Emblem ready to go? I got it from Best Buy for the special edition. I was locked in.
Speaking, just because of the bad reviews, then yeah, maybe if Fortune's Weave ends up
everyone wants those
very well,
Japanese
then,
PR videos to be like released in English consumers. But Nintendo America usually waits a little bit closer to release to do PR for a game. I don't think it's that they're ignoring the game. The marketing cycle just hasn't started yet.
But they'd really like to try this one because it looks good. $70, $80 if you insist on buying physical. A lot of people do. Then just no, just absolutely not. It's just. Yeah. Right before wrapping up this video, Rockstar announced the price of GTA 6, and guess what? It's $80.
Sweet for it. Say it's okay.
Edition, but that just
say it's okay because it's GTA. It's based because it's Grand Theft Auto. Say it.
Edition of GTA 6, the biggest video game of all time, with a rumored budget of up to $1 billion. Possibly the most expensive game ever produced 5 times over, will be $80. You go to the store, you see Fire Emblem and GTA 6 next to each other, same price. To be fair, GTA is a code in a box, okay, sure, but like, these two video games are...
He actually swept for it being a code. He actually swept for it being a code. He actually said it's okay that it's a code because it's GTA. And it's worse that Fire Emblem next to GTA is $80 despite being a game that's entirely on the cartridge. He actually just said that. It's okay because they'll just buy it anyway because it's a code in a box. But it's good. It's justified because it's Grand Theft Auto and you'll get hundreds of hours out of it as opposed to Fire Emblem. No way you'll get hundreds of hours out of that.
Just absolutely not. It's just. Yeah. Right before wrapping up this video, Rockstar announced the price of GTA
say it again.
6. And
rewound
guess
it.
What? It's $80. $100 for the Ultimate Edition, but that just gives you access to some like exclusive cosmetics shops. But the Standard Edition of GTA 6, the biggest video game of all time, with a rumored budget of up to $1 billion, possibly the most
it's earned the right to be $80, is what he's saying.
Times over.
It's earned it. It deserves it.
You go to the store, you
deserves to
see
be $80.
GTA 6 next to each other, same price. To be fair, GTA is a code in a box. Okay, sure.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay. okay,
These
sure.
two video games are still the same price. I don't know, man. So yeah, I don't know. It's just wild. It just.
He actually just said it's more of a sin that Fire Emblem complete on cartridge, no download, no fucking day one, nothing, no internet connection required, no GTA Online, GTA Plus subscription. He actually just said it's okay. It's not okay. I can't even think. He said it's not okay that's $80. But GTA 6 being a code in a box is okay to be $80 because it's GTA.
It feels
it's more of a crime that Fire Emblem is $80
so unnecessary
when it's none of that.
So
it's none of what GTA is.
And when you look at the greater context of the greater industry, it's just it's laughable. It's embarrassing. Like Fortune's Weave costs more than Marvel's. What does Marvel's Wolverine? It costs more.
I don't want to play Marvel's Wolverine.
Why would you do that? And I don't know.
God, what's really bugging me is that we're splitting hairs over like 10 fucking bucks. It's $10. It's $10. It is a $10 difference, Arlo. It's literally just a $10 difference. Come back to me in 2021 when we're talking like $60 to $80. The jump from that's a bit more extreme. Like, but we're at this point we're splitting hairs. Maybe if this was like the start of the PS5 generation, when like we were getting the first $70 games, and then that was just like a discourse because it was like foreshadowing for the eventual $80 hell that we're in right now. But to imply that, like, oh, Wolverine will be a better game because it's $70. You'll get a better experience out of paying the $70 for Wolverine than the $80 for Fire Emblem, just because Wolverine is the cheaper game. Like, fuck, I'm sorry, fuck you. Have you seen the Wolverine gameplay demonstration? That shit's gonna be linear on rails. That won't have no open world. That's gonna be, like, so out of character for Insomniac. And maybe some people will like that. But that's gonna be a good game at $70, a game with no open world, Arlo? Like, what the fuck, Arlo? Every game that's $70 should have open world. That's how you justify the price point. That's how you deserve the $70 price point. You earn it by forcing in an open world.
It just also sets a kind of a scary precedent.
We gotta send this to Triple P.
We already had to be worried about the next $80 game, but like, we thought it would at least be something big. But now we gotta worried about the next, like, relatively niche game to be priced at $80. Like, that's the thing we gotta worry about now? Like, we weren't already worried enough? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe this is just another experiment for Nintendo. Maybe even they are just not
Was
really
Arlo
sure
experimenting on his audience with this dog shit take?
I gotta go and get this
Speedy
video.
Dog. How you doing, dude?
Hey, King
done
Duke.
and uploaded and stuff, so all the Fire Emblem fans can yell at me for calling their series niche. I'm sorry.
A top comment I see with 1,000 likes is the following. The only game I would pay $80 for, referring to Mario Kart World, was the Three Houses sequel. Let's see. A lot of the comments are thumbs up and in lockstep with Arlo. Let's go to new comments. I don't have it pulled up, but I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I think DK Bonanza was justifiable at 70, but there's not a single game that can be justified at 80. We have to really talk about like the distinction between justifiable at 80 and deserves to be 80, because those are like two different words, right? Can you really justify any game at $80? I can look at it from their perspective, like the business executive perspective, and understand why they priced it at 80. And really any game $80, you know, it's going to be a tough sell, right? But I would say for the content that's going to be there and the core gameplay loop of the game and the amount of time you will spend with it, I would say it deserves to be $80. Should it be $80 is a different question. But what bugs me is that he was too scared to say what he felt the game should be he was too scared to say what he felt the game's price should be. He gave me the prices for all kinds of other games launching in September. He could not tell me what he thinks Fortune's Weave should be priced at. And it's that non-committal element to him. And kind of fence-sitting. I want to say my hot take, I want to say my piece and speak my spiel, but I don't want to upset too many people because I'm a Nintendo shill, and I know there are a lot of Nintendo franchises there's a lot of Nintendo franchises out there that I can't be too mean towards, even though if I don't personally like them, because all kinds of people subscribe to me, and if I shit on Fire Emblem, the Fire Emblem people might not come back to thumbs up my video. It comes across as very flaky. Like it feels like he wants to say that it should cost the same as a Rhythm Heaven. Like Rhythm Heaven was $40, and no one complained. People were fine with that. To them, Rhythm Heaven makes sense at $40. Yet you can't understand why Fire Emblem is 80? Not that it should be 80, but you can't understand why they saw it as $80. But you can understand why they saw that Rhythm Heaven should be priced at 40 or Star Fox at 50. And him just rolling over for GTA, Code in a Box being $80, whereas Fire Emblem being 80 is like a sin against humanity, even though that's a complete game on cartridge. And then in another video saying that we should just prepare for Pokemon to be $80. Okay, like tell me why does Pokemon deserve to be $80 other than like brand power? Is that really it? A game that won't fucking have all the Pokemon in it should be $80? Tell me. Explain that to me. Here's another comment. It's so funny that people talk about Fire Emblem like it's this irrelevant niche thing that nobody cares about when it's literally one of Nintendo's oldest and most prolific franchises. It predates Kirby, has more mainline games than Kirby, and has continuously released a new title every few years for 35 years. Just because America didn't know about it for the first few years doesn't mean it's not a big deal. Nuke this furry fuzzy ass. If Fortune's Weave has the same amount of content as Three Houses, I'm not bothered by the price. Thank you! He didn't mention content really at all, because he hasn't been paying attention to the marketing cycle. I put hundreds of hours in that game, while I completely skipped Effie Engage. I feel like Fire Emblem's an obvious choice for this. Awakening was one of the first Nintendo games with mountains of DLC attached to it. Fire Emblem has always had so much monetization put into it, so increasing the price doesn't surprise me. Wow! There's so many sensible comments here that understand why it's $80. Okay, this guy says, I think you're crazy. I'd pay 70 USD for Three Houses if it had upscaled graphics. That is how good that game is. So definitely worth 70 for Fortune's Weave. I will trust Nintendo until they fail me. What a trooper. I am personally spending $80 because if that's the price I have to pay for physical media to stay, I will pay that price. People would be crying and complaining if there wasn't a physical edition, so people's expectations will never be met. Hell, even if they gave it for free, people would complain. I trust the series so much, and I have followed it forever, so I personally will be getting the collector's edition. That guy is Nintendo's strongest soldier. That guy nuked him. $80 is too much for Fire Emblem. Me paying $80 to play all 3 routes of Fates in 2016, sweating nervously. You know what? An even better point, right? And that's like more money. that's more money. That costs more today than it did back then. People in 2016 paid well over $80 to play all 3 routes of Fire Emblem Fates. You know, Fire Emblem was already $80 if you wanted the complete experience. Did he complain about it back then? His channel existed back then. Where was the video at, Arlo? Yeah, I have that copy too, DD Duke. See, here's the thing, right? Saru probably won't be playing Fire Emblem, but he does understand like the business side of it. So I think he'd be very pissed off if I sent this to him, which is why I'm going to. And I just sent it to Noah. I want Noah to take a glance at it. I don't know, we're too close to the start of his stream, a couple hours. He might not have time to watch it. Guys, they're saying that Nintendo shouldn't... I can't do the Noah voice. Hey guys, it's me, Noah Noel. Guys, they're saying that Nintendo shouldn't price Fire Emblem at $80. You know what I mean? Besides that, chat, Nintendo announced that Mario Kart Tour is going end of service. It is EOSing. Chat, we have some games to play. Oh fuck, we lost. I think the bleacher seat perspective needs to be looked at with how many people rushed for the game when FE sales went live. It is a well-selling IP that, because of it being adjacent to three houses, will have the love, care, and at least an amount of investment and quality. I just don't think he respects the series enough. Like, it really shows in this video. I think the people excited for it know that it'll have that level, at least that like baseline level of care that Three Houses got. Like, they have faith. Because Three Houses was so good. Because Engage was so questionable to a lot of people that aren't me. They're looking at it as like the course correction that they were asking for. People asked for games more like Three Houses and less like Engage after Engage came out. So to have a full-blown sequel to Fortune's Weave, a full-blown sequel to Three Houses in Fortune's Weave that seems to be bigger than it in like every aspect, that comes across as like Nintendo listening to the fans, which is something they almost never do. Alright, let's listen to him complain about Mario Kart, because of course, he has to complain about the other $80 Nintendo game. "30-minute Mario Kart World 1-year anniversary retrospective."
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. And then some. Before we get started, I want to make a few things very clear for the early TLDW commenters who saw the title and jumped to conclusions. 1, I am not claiming that Mario Kart World is a failure. Far, far, far from it. At the time of this recording, it has already reached the upper echelons of video game sales and will most likely make the best-selling games of all time list sometime in the next, like, I don't know, couple years. 2, I do not believe Mario Kart World is a bad game. Also,
it's just a bad Mario Kart game.
Full thoughts, but I think in many ways it's phenomenal. The gameplay is twice as fun as Mario Kart has ever been in my eyes. I think it's so polished and the new mechanics are so much fun that going back to the older games is gonna feel like going back to plain scrambled eggs after having an omelet. Like, scrambled eggs are great, but come on. And even if the open
Is he comparing shit to food like Nintendine? Nintendine said that Mario Kart is fries.
Fun to cruise around in. At its core, Mario Kart World is an awesome game and the biggest evolution of the series since the jump to 3D. 3, Nintendo has definitely messed up other games more badly than this one. Overall, they got real design chops, naturally, but you know, they do miss the mark from time to time, and they've put out other games that were more poorly designed than Mario Kart World. Like, for instance, whichever game would make you most mad for me to say. But what I want to convey in this here internet video is that I believe, considering the Mario Kart pedigree, considering Nintendo's own skill, considering the monumental importance of this title, I think one could make the case that they have never screwed up this badly. They have never fumbled the execution of a game this hard. I know that's kind of an extreme claim, but bear with me. Despite being a Wii U port, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe became the best-selling game on Switch and
No one owned a
of
Wii U.
Nintendo's best-selling games of all time, netting them an unfathomable amount of
We're already
money.
missing
They put out
key
a lot of
information
games with
here.
broad
For a lot of people,
appeals,
that was a
but
Switch
nothing
game.
appeals to more human beings than Mario Kart. It's so accessible, so approachable. Anyone and everyone can pick it up and immediately start having fun. It's the perfect party game. It's a game you can confidently buy for any kid. When you get a new Nintendo system and you're trying to figure out what to buy, you just want something fun to play with, it's always gonna be a safe bet. Mario Kart is just fun. Well, the Switch never got its own Mario Kart. We were stuck with 8 for the whole entire
you had the RC one.
long generation. The longest in Nintendo history, might I remind you. So when they announced that a new Mario Kart was coming at last, and it was gonna be a launch title for the Switch 2, to say the pressure was on Nintendo to deliver would be an understatement. Both the fans and the investors, I'm sure, were expecting something big. And to their credit, Nintendo did cook up something pretty big. I mean, we all know they really could have just pumped out another regular old Mario Kart with a couple new ideas and power-ups and stuff and called
Oh no,
it a
people would
day,
have complained.
and it would have still been plenty.
I take umbrage with people comparing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe after two different versions. After the Wii U release, after the Wii U version getting DLC, after the Switch version adding more content, then after the entire booster course pass, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at its end of life, getting constantly compared to Mario Kart World, is just the slightest bit annoying.
Popular and made them plenty of money. So it's commendable that after such a huge gap between releases, they really wanted to do something special. They wanted to give Mario Kart its big Breath of the Wild moment. That moment when a very old series is completely refreshed and blown up into an experience that feels truly modern, completely impossible on previous hardware. And again, you can't deny that what Nintendo did is impressive from a design perspective. Sure, there have been other open world driving games. They didn't break new ground here, technically speaking, but this was not a lazy endeavor. They clearly spent a long time creating this world. This was one of those lengthy, just years and years long dev cycles where they play around and iterate and try to get things just right. But despite their lofty expectations for the very first open world Mario Kart, I think that open world is at the crux of the issue. And this is the first way I feel Nintendo fumbled the game. They seem to have wildly misjudged the appeal this world would offer players. Or maybe more accurately, they misjudged
I wanted there to be more
what an
interactable
open world
NPCs
needs in order to
instead of the
be
blue switches
appealing.
activating missions.
Before we continue discussing how multi-billion-dollar corporation at height of success did bad, actually, a quick reminder that this video was brought to you by Squarespace. I needed a website where I could recommend things to my beautiful followers, but I did not know how to build a website because such a thing sounded very scary, and I don't know how to code, and I refused to learn. Well, you know what? Squarespace had my back. Whether you've been in the game for a long time or you're a newbie like me,
sponsor
there's no
block.
faster and easier way to build a site. The intuitive builder lets you make your site however you want it, adding text and embedding pics and videos and other graphics, formatting and tweaking. It's all super simple. You can build almost anything, even something nice and fancy for your business if you like. Me, I am a simple blogger. I just draft up my posts, schedule them to automatically publish, and even push to social media at predetermined dates, and I'm good to go. Even running my site is easy. And if I ever need more, Squarespace offers many powerful extensions. And let's not forget about the analytics. They're built right in. I love them. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain.
I still gotta go back to World for the open world
recommendation
and the time trials.
This video from Big Think. Big Think offers a bounty of
it's not music.
accessible educational content. And this one on
We're gonna need some
loneliness and
education after
making
listening to
friends
this.
as an adult offers a tremendous amount of insight in one highly condensed video. Come for the self-help, stay for the mind-blowing talks on the nature of reality. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now please continue watching this video, so full of great, smart opinions.
Wow,
Their
thanks for the
games often
hashtag
eschew
ad.
more traditional progression systems like RPG mechanics or achievement lists and whatnot in favor of systems that naturally inspire intrinsic motivation. They want your desire to engage with their game to be emergent, not based as much on external or extrinsic rewards. And they do very often succeed. Breath of the Wild is probably the very best example of that, of encouraging engagement without dangling cookies in front of the player.
Emblem engage.
That's what they were going for with Mario Kart World. And I also think that they did not really consider how much of a gamble they were taking in doing this. This world just doesn't have a lot going on. There are collectibles, but they don't really do anything. There are no significant rewards for grabbing them. And at first, you couldn't even track which ones you'd gotten. It seems that Nintendo was so insistent on the journey mattering more than the destination that we couldn't even get a list for our pickups. And I've talked about this loads of times.
I had justified that as saying it's called free roam. You're just freely roaming the world. It's not about having an objective. I believe they thought putting a list in there would kind of steer the player into feeling like they had to collect all of the items in the open world, which was never the intent. You just got the ones that you were able to get, and you just carried on.
Basically, I get that plenty of people are totally cool with this kind of thing. You can collect this stuff if you want, but it's not required, and the fun is
It's not meant to be like a shopping list of stuff that you gotta collect.
Maybe we would all feel that way, but it's just not how everyone's brains work. Sometimes we need a little extra motivation. We want to work towards
Where's
something.
the
We wanna get
motivation?
them all, which feels completely impossible without a guide when you have no idea where those last few pickups are, and it would take hours and hours combing the map to find them. Nintendo did end up patching in a proper tracking system, but
Kneel to
personally,
the fans
I've not
complaining.
the motivation to dive back into the game and start hunting. I don't know, I might have done it on day one, but the momentum is kind of dead for me, and I have to wonder how many others might feel the same way.
Uh-oh,
That's
match
small
might die.
potatoes. The lack
Disconnect.
of collectible tracking wasn't the biggest problem. The real problem was, and is, that these P-switches and coins and panels are basically it. This is all there is to do in this world. There are no other real challenges, no goals to work toward, nothing major to unlock. There are NPCs
It's not the point
all
of the
over
mode.
place, but none of them say or do anything. It seems that Nintendo really did expect things to be like they were in the marketing material. They thought friends would want to just drive around and chat with each other. They would create their own stories. But I don't know, man. That didn't really happen. I have no doubt that
There were some people
have
playing
been
hide and
people
seek
who have
within the
done
game's
this,
world. I
you know,
thought that was
played
cute.
around with each other and had fun exploring the world. It's just that there isn't really anything to explore, is there? Not a lot of interesting stuff to find. Breath of the Wild, this ain't. The game doesn't have enough crazy systems to create these emergent experiences Nintendo wants. When they revealed the game, I thought the idea of an open world Mario Kart was a dream come true. I'm not
You're the
really
problem.
big on racing, so this was exactly what the game needed to do to
Does he
grab
like
my attention.
anything?
And,
May
you
I
know,
remind
do
you,
like driving
and I'm glad
around
he
this
did, he doesn't like Mario Kart. He does not like Mario Kart.
world. It is fun just to cruise about, taking in the sights, and maybe doing a few P-switch challenges for like 20 minutes. And then when nothing really interesting happens, I get full and I'm done. For the most part, this really is just a glorified lobby to mess around in while you're waiting for an online match. I think the big issue here is the game's potential and player
Oh, it's potential,
expectation.
man.
Strictly speaking, this big world should be nothing but a plus. Something that only adds to the experience. No other
If you think
Mario
open
Kart
world is
game
always
has
a
an
plus,
online
you are the
lobby
problem.
this cool. But with games, there's this weird psychological thing where if you present an idea with a lot of potential, but you don't realize that potential, the player can be left with a feeling of dissatisfaction they wouldn't have have otherwise felt if the idea wasn't presented at all. I feel the desert in Metroid Prime 4 is a good recent example. If all the game's areas were connected together with nothing between, it really wouldn't magically fix the game, but I think it would have been a lot less contentious. But when you stick this big empty desert in the middle, driving around here takes...
I want to add that in the Metroid Prime 4 video we just listened to, he said he didn't mind the desert, and he actually thought it wasn't that bad. But now in this video he says the desert is a major issue with the game.
Up very little of the game. It's really just like Hyrule Field and Ocarina of Time. It's just a place
yeah, the Hyrule
places.
Field code.
You rarely spend
I was using
more
it
than
too.
a few minutes here at a time, but it does something to a player's brain. Suddenly it's like, why is there nothing here? Why did they put this here? There's this feeling that the designers maybe wanted to create something like an open world in this Metroid game of all things, but failed to pull it off, and it brings the game down. This
It has a couple of Breath of the Wild style shrines. It has 6 of them, which is weird. I felt it could have done with a higher number than that. Maybe not like 100, maybe more like 20. The desert is so fucking big, but there really is nothing there.
Failure of design is practically all anyone talks about. It's the game's whole
Thriller.
identity. Mario Kart World's world should be nothing but a plus, but instead I'm left wondering why they bothered
I'll keep
to
going
put
to the
in
end of this
all
video.
this work to create
I
this
got some
huge
bots to
place.
stitch together
Why
now.
they toyed with turning Mario Kart into something much bigger than ever, but then pulled back at the last second and instead delivered something that is essentially just a big jungle gym. I drive around expecting to make actual discoveries, to affect the world in some way, to be given tasks to complete. In my mind's eye, I see some kind of simple story, some cool characters, something. But it's just not there, and the missed potential brings the game down. Again, the empty world is the only thing anyone talks about. Whereas if they hadn't given us the world in the first place, we'd all be...
You know why it's the only thing anyone talks about regarding the game? It's missed potential, or how it fumbles the bag and fucks up. Because the actual core gameplay of just driving around on the courses, when you're on the courses and actually racing, is pretty good. It actually does it feels better to race in that game than it does in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Like, wow, look at this gameplay and all these characters. Isn't the new Mario Kart cool? And to misjudge the appeal of a game's hook is fun. I mean, it happens. But the point I'm trying to make is that to misjudge and underdeliver so dramatically, to spend so many years creating something that ultimately doesn't even feel like that much of a selling point, in this case, this is Mario Kart. This is Mario Kart, the first brand new one in 11 years. If history repeats itself, the single most important game that will ever land on Switch 2. Available on day 1. The enormous push to kickstart an entire generation. The rocket fuel to blast it off. Not just a new generation, but the follow-up to their most wildly successful generation ever. For this game's big hook to ultimately feel kind of unimportant. It's like if Nintendo spent 6 years on Tears of the Kingdom, which they did, just because Ultra Hand was so complex, they spent an entire extra year just polishing it up, and then they released it, and no one cared about the mechanic at all. Like, they just ignored it. No one even talked about it. It would be like if Nintendo hyped up...
Well,
and
they're
released
definitely
Splatoon,
talking about the
and
open
everyone was
world.
like, the shooting each other part is good, but inking the ground and swimming through it... A Twitter poll is not an incredibly strong source of data, I'll admit, but I did a series of polls just to get a basic vibe check among my followers. And at least among these fine folks right here, the overwhelming majority bought the game either because it's Mario Kart or because it was bundled. And only a tiny percentage felt that the open world was a big deal. It's a big if, a towering if. But if these polls reflect the general consensus whatsoever, then Nintendo spent years and years trying to create a Mario Kart with a wild left field next-gen hook and just kind of didn't pull it off. Now, I'll admit, maybe I'm assuming too much here. Maybe giving Mario Kart its big Breath of the Wild moment was never their intention. Maybe they did exactly what they set out to do. Maybe they never wanted more than this.
Like how his audience reported that they didn't care about the open world, but he said open world was good?
A glorified lobby for friends to mess around in between matches. But again, player expectation matters. Realizing potential
No,
matters.
players
In
are
this
stupid.
current
They don't know what they
landscape,
want.
internet discourse isn't
Nobody knew they wanted
everything,
Splatoon
but it
until
sure
Nintendo gave
is
them
something.
Splatoon.
And here, still very early in the generation, the entire conversation surrounding Mario Kart World is messy. There's
The
this
customer is
pervasive feeling
not
that the
always
game
right,
just
actually.
didn't quite land the way it should have. The Switch 2 is still selling well, but I think such a misfire on day one, especially when combined with all these other controversies, has set things on a weird track. No pun intended. This big new Mario
No,
Kart
that's just
should have
you.
been
That's just
nothing
your
but
vibe
cause
check
for
feeling
celebration.
off.
One of those pivotal moments in the history of Nintendo's new system. But instead, pretty much all you see is complaints. And it's not just that the open world feels too empty. The vast majority of players seem to hate being forced onto all these intermission tracks, as they're called, when racing online.
They're not
Nintendo,
called
on
that.
the other hand, seem to be particularly proud of this feature. I think they felt it was kind of the whole point of this new game. Again, they've dramatically misjudged the game's appeal, and it's been this long and bloody battle with players trying to figure out how to get 3 regular old laps on
They're
a
called
regular old track,
routes.
and Nintendo not wanting to give it to them. The company has conceded somewhat and increased the likelihood of regular races. But let me just ask a question. Why are they fighting with their players again? Why is this happening at all? This is ridiculous. They are literally trying to force an experience that the vast majority of players do not want. Which leads us to the second way I feel Nintendo has really fumbled Mario Kart World, and it's very much related to the first way. Once again, it's about expectation and potential, and I want to briefly highlight another game with a similar story. No one, not even Nintendo, could have ever anticipated that Animal Crossing New Horizons would blow up the way it did. If Switch 2 and its games landed at an unfortunate time in history, New Horizons was the opposite. The planets aligned for Nintendo. This was a stroke of luck, the likes of which they will probably never see again. Launching right at the start, just exactly at the start of a global pandemic, right when the Switch install base was really rolling, and everyone was locked up at home looking for some good old escapism. Now, one could probably argue that New Horizons suffered from Mario Kart World's first problem as well, launching in a somewhat bare state that disappointed many players. However,
Yeah,
they
they cry about it to this day still.
It offered a ton
Rightfully
of
so,
island
actually.
customizability, the likes of which the series had never seen before. I may be a casual.
I'll always say, when New Leaf came out on 3DS, everyone shat on it and said it fucking sucked and that it lost the soul. And then all of a sudden when New Horizons came out and the honeymoon phase was over, like COVID ended and shit, people went back to New Leaf and they're like, oh, you know what? That one actually wasn't that bad.
Fan, but I was actually quite happy with it for a good while. But for the sake of conversation, let's say the content on offer was fine. It was enough. I mean, everyone was playing it, so clearly it was enough. The big problem is that suddenly Nintendo had this massive game. I mean, it felt like the entire world was playing it. This was how people were connecting with each other when they couldn't visit in person. It became this social craze. Nintendo, unfortunately, being Nintendo, hadn't really fleshed out the game's online features. It was still a big pain to visit someone else's island. Communication features were very limited, and people loved the world, but were looking for more stuff to do. Any other company in the world, any other company would have gotten to work right away, improving the game, improving the online, developing regular content drops. Like, Nintendo basically had the next hit MMO.
He's arguing that they should have been... that they should have turned Animal Crossing into a games as a service.
In their hands. It just fell into their lap. The kind of opportunity that rich executives dream about at night. So what did they do with this opportunity? What did Nintendo do? Jack diddly squat! New Horizons got some basic updates over time. It got all the content that Nintendo had clearly been planning since the beginning, but it didn't really get much else. And they sure as sugar didn't improve the online experience. Nope, they just stayed the course and treated this like any old Animal Crossing game. 1 in a million.
You mean they weren't greedy?
Chance to take something really massive and blow it up even more? Nah, business as usual for Nintendo. Clock out, cash the check, and call it a day. And I can imagine the CEOs of the other big companies were watching the Animal Crossing situation and just slobbering, just punching their couch cushions and screaming their heads off as Nintendo just let this opportunity pass them by. These guys would have hired a dedicated
They still made
team
money
just
from
to
the
work on
game.
nothing but Animal Crossing for the foreseeable future. They would have fast-tracked
Why didn't they
development
milk
on
it even
next
more?
content
Why
drops
didn't they
and
milk their
season passes.
fans
They would
more?
have given the game all the online trimmings, and of
Well, don't
course,
worry, they
would have
are.
stuffed it to the
That's why you're
gills with
crying that Fire Emblem is $80.
Now, I actually appreciate that Nintendo is a little old-fashioned. One reason they're doing so well is precisely because they're not constantly chasing that elusive live service dream. It's incredible that in this day and age, in this climate, they are still willing to just make a game, sell it for a price, and move on to something else. The fact that they didn't turn New Horizons into the next hit MMO, this investor's dream come true, is a testament to their values. But, like, couldn't they have considered a happy medium here? You know, the players were
could it not have been kind of a games as a service?
Being something so huge, something that could have grown and thrived with an active, happy community all the way until the next game.
Yeah, Pokopia is going all in on DLC.
They just kept updating this one with new content.
It's almost like they're doing what you wanted.
That Nintendo was satisfied with the very large sum of money that they made from New Horizons, that they didn't need to chase more. But when you're leaving money on the table and the fans are left hungry,
yeah, actually seething that Nintendo released a finished game. Like he's an investor.
Massive craze. It was poised to overtake even Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in sales. For a minute there, it looked like it might become one of the biggest things in the world of gaming. But when Nintendo failed to capitalize on that early success, things slowed down. The game had legs. It still sold really well over time. Very, very good attach rate with new Switch purchases. But the conversation largely dried up. Millions and millions of people had their fun and then got done with the game and moved on. Again,
yeah, just like Nintendo. They release a finished game and then move on.
Into a live service game, I get it. And that's cool. But it wouldn't have taken much to at least improve the social features. Add in some more multiplayer-focused content. I mean, personally, I would have spent loads of time hanging out in my friends' towns, treating the game like this cool social hub. But I couldn't be bothered to connect much at all. It was too annoying.
What features would Arlo want?
The game for a bit,
These are very vague requests, like DSP tier, oh, just make the game better.
We're seeing a very similar situation right now with Mario Kart World.
I'm not being paid to explain how to make it better, just vaguely improve.
Lightning in a bottle, early success. But for all the reasons outlined earlier, a lot is riding on this game. The potential is huge. And yeah, historically, Nintendo just hasn't really been interested in turning Mario Kart into some big competitive online experience. I guess they like to keep it a little more casual.
It's a kart racer, dude.
That to an extent, but once more, we circle back to player expectation. For a company that doesn't want to deliver a big online experience, Nintendo sure is acting like one that does. What is game chat for if not playing with your friends? What is this big open world for if not creating experiences to share with those friends? Why are you presenting the new Mario Kart as this big modern new experience and still failing to deliver on that promise? I mean, it practically goes without saying, but on top of the empty world, online features are still sorely lacking. We still have barely any options. We still don't have any kind of real progression system like, you know, every other online game ever.
He wants prestige in Mario Kart. Holy shit.
I cannot fathom. I simply cannot understand. Where are the events? At first I thought, okay, so the world is pretty empty. The game has no real campaign mode that utilizes it. Fine. But of course we're gonna start getting cool events, right? Like Splatoon? These big team tournaments to recharge the whole conversation and get people hopping back into the game over and over again? Or how about events and things you gotta find in the world itself? Keep the world changing. Drop in all these little mysteries. Sprinkle in challenges. For 1 week only, we've got players racing from this track to this track, trying to beat each other's times. Rank high enough and earn a medal for your profile. This weekend, there's a golden Goomba hidden somewhere in the world. Go find
Mario
it,
Kart, make it games of service.
Throughout the whole month of May, there are red
Why
coins
not? Make everything games of service. $80 games of service game.
But at the time of this recording, somehow, Nintendo has done none of this. It's been nearly a year since the game launched. Nearly a year. And all we've gotten is a tiny handful of little nothing events no one even talked about. Little region-locked things that have come and gone with zero fanfare. Even stepping away from the event argument for just a moment, we haven't even gotten new characters and battle modes and stuff. They've given us some pretty good patches that make the game better, sure. But where's the excitement? Where's the hype? DK Bonanza's
Where's the
Emerald
hype? That's
Rush
the problem.
DLC has been
You're the
more
problem.
events than Mario Kart World. There is more hype for Emerald Rush right now. How? Why? And trust me, this isn't simply a case of a greedy player who's been spoiled by all these constantly updating live service games. I'm not even that invested in Mario Kart, truth be told. But, like, I kind of liked the idea of being more invested. I liked the idea of being called back to the game every once in a while.
I have a concept of a plan. I like the idea of being obsessed with Mario Kart more than I actually play Mario Kart.
And enjoying it with everybody, like with Splatoon. All the events and the hype, that's what keeps me coming back. It's just that It's hard to see Nintendo's overly simplistic vision for what they're presenting as this big thing. What could be this big thing? It's like they insist on not having their cake and not eating it too. And look, I know they will update the game. Right now, it's May. I would not be surprised in the slightest if next month we get a big direct and they announce some big update for Mario Kart World. Maybe
they didn't do that.
DLC. But the Switch 2 generation
This video's
kind of
old.
So weird. The system is selling well, but there's this pervasive sense that Nintendo is not really delivering what we expected. They're not making as much of a case for their new system as
that might be a September
we
reveal.
Thought the system would just explode out of the gate, and there would be another huge Switch craze. Everyone playing, everyone scrambling to pick up a system. But instead, we got a Mario Kart that feels weirdly empty and lacking in content for a modern game, especially one with so much potential. We've spent nearly a year without anything new. If they do give us some stuff soon, then it's just weird that we had to wait a year for something to actually do. I get that this stuff takes time, but you had time. A lot of it. This game took forever. Oh, and if they dare to charge for new content, especially content that actually utilizes the world, it's going to be a very, very bad PR day. I can tell you that much. You cannot deliver a kind of empty, boring experience and then charge for the privilege of it being interesting. I mean, like, if you're going to charge $80 for a game, an unprecedented amount of
I think most people think the DLC, if it gets any, will be like islands.
Out of them. I mean, geez, we haven't even brought up the $80 thing yet. I mean, it's like every Mario Kart is just a bunch of tracks.
That way you can justify new tracks being added.
And no other content or progression system or anything. What more do you want? Well, for $80? I don't know, but more than this, Nintendo still hasn't managed to justify that price. A few years from now, we could be looking at a completely different game. You may even be watching this right now and thinking, boy, this video aged like milk. But
that's me right now, actually.
Not that Mario Kart World is a failure or a bad game. Nintendo very well may have huge plans for it. I mean, this absolutely is something they're gonna support in one way or another through the entire generation. It's just that they really needed to hit this one out of the park, and they simply did not do it. They misjudged.
The thing is, people will just play it anyway because it's Mario Kart, the only Mario Kart on Switch 2.
A reason anyone and everyone should be dying to pick up a Switch 2. Considering the stakes, I just think there's a chance they've never messed something up quite this badly. Just like Animal Crossing New Horizons, Mario Kart World feels like one of Nintendo's biggest, most wildly profitable and successful screw-ups ever. But however you feel about
Mario
Kart World,
being surpassed by Metroid Prime 4.
Please also be kind, though, because I am only 7 years old.
He's a child! Bad on me shouldn't be on YouTube! Ban, Arlo, ban! 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 Wow, buddy, I saved, like, the 2 worst videos for last. Those were awful. Dog shit. I'm at least gonna send the price one to Saru. Now, wildly enough, we still have like 2 more, but that's all I can take. And I'm already ruler, and we're 30 minutes from anime night, so I gotta find someone to raid. Oh man, yeah, let's stop that. I made it to ruler, and I think I did. Yeah, okay. Your first win is speed ruler. Get to board the Splatfest float. Wow! Let's go. Let's go gambling! Ah yes, Splatoon at 60 frames per second, no drops on my Nintendo Switch 2 console. Wait, no, not here. Where's the... At the pledge box? Oh. I forgot how to take a picture. Wasn't it right here? Yeah, it's 60 FPS hub and also... wait, right here. I'm blind. 60 FPS hub and 60 FPS story mode. My heckin' queen! Look at her go! Yeah, Splatoon 3 Switch 2 update is free. They never updated Splatoon 2 though, that's a humiliation ritual. And thanks for beta testing, buddy. Oh man, what? For your phone, portrait vision. Alright, don't we have filters? We're doxing the date. Wah! Wait, we gotta get Shiver fully in the shot. Do a couple of these. Yeah, the 7-Eleven. We won on 7-Eleven, bitch! It's a 7-Eleven Raffle Mail raid! What do you think about that? It's my 7-Eleven Slurpee! Guys, thank you for showing up for the impromptu Saturday situation. We are ready for Splatoon Raiders later this month. I've weaned myself back in. We are now in the meat of the game. We're ready for the new adventure. We're gonna raid out Anime Night, coming at you live. You can join in the Discord for what will likely be a series of amazing, positive, and meaningful shows. Oh my god, everyone's live today. Okay, let me, let me roost this out of here. Thanks for stopping by! That's the stream. Little throwback Splatoon 3 session. It's just like old times, you guys. And also, a little obligatory Arlo situation. It was nice to get back into it. And you know what? I think I had a positive win-loss ratio. I'll have to check it later. But I'm gonna call it. I think that was a positive W over L. I thank everyone. Thank you all for stopping by, swinging on by, being positive. Sorry, the stream crashed midway. Like, I'm actually scared for the MSI now. What happened, guys? What are we gonna do if the MSI dies? I don't know, you guys. I'm scared. Also, that's gonna be the last Splatoon-related stream with the classic Splatoon overlay. I'm gonna have a new overlay for Splatoon Raiders. So we're kind of saying goodbye to a Dingus Classic overlay. I thought time to refresh it. Thank you to the following. Thank you, Algernaut. Re-up tier 1 for 48 months in a row. 48 months total. Thank you, DJ Filter Rich, to re-up tier 1 for 53 months in a row. 53 months total. Thank you, Cyril. Raid with the party of 30. Yeah, you should definitely check out Cyril, especially if you play. I think she plays Limbus and Lobotomy. Thank you, Ray Rosenfeld, for the follow, and Merlin Bishop for the follow. Thank you, Bob, for the follow behind the scenes. Nudes, thank you for the follow behind the scenes. It's not spelled nudes like sending me nudes, but like nudes like NOODZ nudes. Have a good rest of your night, Dingus. Thank you, Waffle. Don't send Dingus your nudes. Don't do that. Don't date your fans. Don't date your fans. Do not date your fans. It's not worth it. Alright. I think I know where we're sending you. Hey, Kamui. Bye, Kamui. We have someone who I have been meaning to raid for years, and I've simply never been able to. Today is as good a time as any, because he's celebrating an anniversary. course, you can go wherever you want. I think Anna's still live, Tevin's live, Shroom's live, they're all live. But let's go help out this fella. I'm typing his name right now. Hey, rent check, bye, rent check. But adios, bye-bye, and meany time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Alright, this guy is a staple of the retro category. 5 years of VTubing. Let's go say hello. I don't even know what he's playing. He's also a music teacher, so he can sing better than me. In fact, he was doing karaoke earlier. The rate message, of course, is the following. Post that if you have the emotes. And if you don't, use your own. At least post the raid message and congratulate him on 5 years of VTubing. That'll be me next year. Guys, I'm getting so old. Total tweak death. Alright, I gotta stitch some VODs. Zelda, tomorrow, because you wanted it! Sorry I can't see the rap. Go make Shroom watch it. Stay swollen, never stirred, bye!